slice pizza.
No, and it will not be deep dish.
Only half a pizza.
It will have lots of pepperoni on it, though.
Oh, that's good.
You know what? It's 5:30. Let's go live. Are we ready? Are we all
Yep.
presented?
Well, debatable.
All right. Well, we're all presentable and we're all live, and let's see how the audio is going. What's going to matter here? Let's see. Webcam mic looks like I'm okay. I think you guys are all okay. I can hear you fine. Let me make sure that everybody else can, because I'm not sure they can. Because I had to screw around with the desktop audios earlier today
You're live.
during my stream. So let's everybody say hi. My name is, and fill in a name.
Just the name?
Yeah, that'll do for now.
Cool.
Who goes first?
I'll lead. Hi, I'm DM Stretch. I'm playing Jackson Stokes, Human Fighter.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Moonflower, and I'm playing Senliala, the Elf Ranger. And Arrow, the wolf.
Is Esong playing games, or is she magically muted?
Esong was accidentally muted. So my name is Songbird, and I am excited to be playing Kukui. Kukui is very excited for a game.
I'm Scribe of Nikoti, and I'm playing Anscar Hedgehopper, the Halfling Barbarian.
And I am RPG Dinosaur Bob, and I will be the game master for the session this afternoon, or evening, or morning, or middle of the night, or whatever it happens to be, wherever you happen to be. We do have a few people on here. We have Macaro is here, Barbarossa is here, an all-star Anvilite cast, he says. Archduke Pistachio. I don't think I recognize that. I've seen you some other places. I don't know if I've seen you on my streams before. So don't forget to hit a follow before you leave. Shameless plug time. Okay. But just a reminder to the game players: if you want to see what you look like, I would suggest you do it on the phone and not on your desktops, because A, you'll be beating the crap out of your computers, and B, the possibility of all kinds of horrible, ugly echoes and lags and things like that are all too real. I need to one other advertisement, I guess. Although you guys can't see it, this game is being brought to you kind of by World Anvil. All of the adventure scripts have been prepared using the World Anvil campaign system. I will be reading the scripts and the guides from that. The other tool we are using is, and let me make sure I have it up and ready to go. The screen that you guys can see, the big screen that you can see, is Roll20, in case you're not familiar with it. You will be able to watch. You're getting a player view of Roll20 and the inside Roll20 chat window, so you'll see all the kind of fun dice rolls and stuff like that. Speaking of dice rolls, I want to bring to your attention one quick thing. First, I'm going to say a few hellos. Here comes Sable with the raid of 21. The Lady writes, Kajetan writes, Rowan, Carpy, Mergendor. Hello, everybody. And there's Dazzly Cat with the 4,000 emotes. Angst Kahuna has joined us. By the way, the next time we do this, I'm going to recruit Kahuna to do voices, because it's the one thing I don't do well. We saw Macaro, Author Goddess. Oh, we got a whole bunch of people. All right, so real quick, the one thing I would like to bring your attention to the channel points, and if you bring up the channel points, you will find that there is an option for 400 points called Hero Point. The Hero Point is a concept in Pathfinder 2. Each of the players starts the game with 1. But each of you viewers start the game with as many of them as you can afford with the channel points you've amassed on my stream. Expending a hero point forces a reroll of any one die roll. So if any of you want to, yes, Scribe is demonstrating, because I've said that the players are not allowed to do it, but when that pops up, just like on Sable's stream, we have a similar thing there. If you hit a hero point, you will force basically the last die roll. Hopefully we won't have too many lag problems with the chat. But you can either make me re-roll a die, or you can make a player re-roll a die, and you can do that if somebody rolled too good or bad. Up to you.
Be nice.
What I will say though is, well, yeah, no, I won't say that. We'll just wing it from there. We'll go from there. Hopefully, I will catch all of those as they happen. What I should have done is brought up my. Let me see if I can. Oh, I need to do that, and then I'll be able to see them. There they are. I think they will all come up, or is this going to just show me all the other good stuff? Oh, thank you very much for the bits, the lady writes. Thank you for hosting as well as raiding, Sable. Sword and Sort, Swords and Sort, thank you for the follow.
That's me.
We have Isaac hosting. I don't know if Isaac's actually out there or if it's an auto host, because it's definitely the middle of the night for Isaac. All right, so let's get started. Is everybody ready? Okay. I will warn everybody, the beginning of this is a bit wordy, because we do have to set the scene and all that kind of good stuff. And as you can see, everybody's gathered in the nice cozy inn with the warm fires.
Before we start,
and as
real
I'm about
quick,
to read,
RPG on the book. Kahuna the Elder asked the question, hero points cause a reroll of which rolls?
Anyone you'd like. In your case, you can re-roll any. Oh, come on.
So whomever you want to torture, Kahuna, that is your choice. Or whoever you want to bless.
As far as the players are concerned, you may re-roll any of your rolls. So if you miss a saving throw or you miss an attack roll, all right, you can say, no, I want to use my hero point and try that again. The players can require or the viewers rather can ask any of us, including me, to re-roll a die. All right. Everybody got that?
Got it.
Good. Cool. Okay. Now, hopefully I will not choke this time around. It is a typical mid-autumn evening. Sundown has brought a slight chill to the air, and outside the clouds occasionally drift by, obscuring the 2 moons in the skies above Carterion. But inside the Bugbear's Head Inn, the fireplaces shed warmth, and the lanterns and candles shed a warm glow over the relatively few patrons. Each of you arrived earlier in the day. You arrived at different times, but you're all looking forward to a hot, hearty meal, a warm, comfortable fire, and perhaps a nice pint or two. Looking around, you survey the other patrons in the common room. Theodric Pinman, the owner of the inn, is behind the bar, wiping out tankards and refilling them as needed. He's conversing with a burly dwarf standing at the bar. He had introduced himself as Tugrith Oakbraid when you first arrived and inquired about lodging. In a table by the window along the north wall, a well-weathered looking halfling and a bearded gnome are quietly conversing while smoking their pipes. A young woman stands near the fire, idly strumming her lute, while chatting with an aging, determinate gnomish woman sitting in a stuffed chair by the fireplace. Do I have her in the stuffed chair by the fireplace? Hopefully I do. No, I think I moved them to a table. Okay. Okay, I lied. But we can fix that. So she's there. And she's there. Hanging over this fireplace is the bleached white skull of a huge, fierce-looking bugbear. At one of the larger tables, a group of 4, a half-orc, an elf, and 2 humans are laughing over their ales and recounting some adventure that they've recently experienced. And then there's yourselves, or each of you, and 3 other travelers, each sitting alone with a tankard of ale or a goblet of wine and a platter of bread and cheese. The 4 of you keep glancing toward the kitchen, wondering when some of that luscious-smelling dinner will appear at your tables. A goblin wearing a bandolier hung with various small tools occasionally scuttles into the room and looks around. He focuses mostly on the table candles and the hanging oil lamps. On one of these visits, he replaces a candle that is near to burning out before scuttling back out the back entrance again. The only other person in the room is a merchant hovering near the kitchen door, conversing with the old halfling woman working over her pans and cauldrons, and producing some of the most enticing aromas you have ever experienced in a tavern common room. As you wonder about the dinner, a wooden spoon sails out of the kitchen, narrowly missing the head of the laughing merchant. The voice of the kitchen woman is loud enough for everyone to hear. "For the 4th time and final time, Cedric, no, I don't need any new pots or knives this season. Now go and sit down and relax, and I'll get you your stew out in a minute, unless you want me to douse you with it standing there." The merchant chuckles and heads to the table where the halfling and gnome are sitting. Live action, how do you like that? He pulls another chair to the small table. "Oh, I see Clotilda is still as feisty as ever," the merchant says to the halfling. "And how did you fare over the winter, Agilbert?" Their voices lower as their conversation about the weather and the winter continues. Soon Clotilda yells out from the kitchen again, and the young woman, Elibeth, puts down her lute and delivers to each of you a heaping bowl of the venison stew that has been making your mouths water for the past half hour or so. Aren't you glad you all ate? As you dig into some of the best-tasting tavern food you've ever experienced, the front door of the inn opens, letting in a bit of the chill air with it. An obviously disheveled traveler steps in. No, stumbles in. He appears to be human, but it's hard to be sure as his traveling cloak that is clutched around himself is pulled up around the sides of his face. The cloak and the rest of the clothing worn by this traveler appear to have been finely made at one time, but they now show quite a few tatters and snags. The cloak itself has several long parallel rents in it. There also appear to be a fresh-looking set of parallel slash scars on the man's ash-pale face. They're not bleeding, but their glistening red color tell you that they're relatively new. One hand holds his cloak tightly around him, the other one holds the strap of a backpack. The new arrival glances around quickly and then heads directly across the room to the bar towards Theodric. His speech is quiet and mumbled, but you get the gist of the conversation from Theodric's responses. Place to stay with some privacy? Well, we've got rooms upstairs and cabins out back. Private cabin, sure. For the week, no problem. That'll be 2 gold up front. The stranger fumbles in a coin pouch at his belt and produces 2 coins, which he places in the innkeeper's hand. Theodric then leads him down the hall toward the back entrance of the tavern, calling out, "Tugrith, mind the bar for a minute, will you?" You hear the back door open and close, and a few minutes later Theodric returns, stopping at the kitchen entrance. "Clotilde, get a big bowl of stew and a pot of your tea, the soothing one, for our newcomer. He's in cabin 5 out back." Not long after, Clotilde returns from her delivery and speaks to Theodric. I brought him his dinner and tea, but that fellow's in a bad way. Did you ask him what happened? Was he attacked on the road? Maybe Madelbash should take a look at him. Theodric shrugs. I asked, and I offered Madelbash as well. But he said he wanted to be left alone. He said he'd take care of himself. If he's still weak in the morning, though, we'll see. The rest of the evening is uneventful. Eventually, you each decide it's time to retire, and you find your way upstairs to the beds in the common room that you had each arranged for. It's time for a good night's sleep in a warm bed. In the morning, you head down for what you were told would be a good hearty breakfast. The 4 adventurers from last night, they were up earlier, and you see them calling out their goodbyes to Theodric as they head out the door. You're the only ones in the common room except for Theodric, and as you settle into chairs, Clotilde comes out balancing 4 plates heaped with fried eggs and steaming smoked sausages, putting one in front of each of you. She then disappears back into the kitchen, though you can hear the back door open and close a few minutes later. As you're all digging into your breakfast, the back door opens yet again, and Clotilde scampers in, still carrying another plate heaped with breakfast. Looking at Theodric, she blurts out, "He died last night." "He did." "That poor chap in cabin 5? I brought him his breakfast, but he didn't answer the knock, so I went in to check on him, and he's lying there on the bed, dead and cold. Should have had Madelbass take a look at him last night." Theodric only sighs. "Go and see if you can find Tugrith, please, and Fricks. Tell Fricks to bring the shovels." He then looks at all of you and continues, I really hate to bother any of you, but could I ask you to lend me a hand? I may need a bit of help here." So what would you like to do?
I'll put my hand up. So, yep, I'll help. No problem for me.
Hey, real quick, I don't know if you saw, someone was mentioning in the chat that they couldn't hear us over the music.
That I can fix.
You apparently were hearable RPG Dino Bob, but the rest of us, and we chatted very briefly.
I can lower the music a little bit.
Sinliala will give
The music
a
will be
solemn nod.
disappearing once we get out of the inn anyway. I didn't get a chance to get all of my other background music done.
Okay.
All right, so Sinliala will offer to help.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Ansgar will kind of tuck in a few bites of his food before pushing his plate away and getting up. And he's like, all right. He's kind of shifting all the muscles around as he comes up to about this high on the table.
Yep. Yeah, you're a whopping 3 feet tall. So.
Kukui is going to very eagerly say yes, while also taking all of anything that could possibly fit into her pockets as food and shoving it in there for later, just in case they go missing.
Take the mushroom.
Sausage is a little greasy.
Okay, so you follow Theodric out the back door and across the open space that is surrounded by several smaller structures. To the right is Theodric's family house. You can see the young woman from last night through the window, dealing with a few younger children. Ahead, there are 2 larger cabins, and along the river to the left is a row of smaller cabins. You're headed for one of these. Theodric, leading the way, opens the door and looks in from the threshold. You can see past him. There's a motionless body lying on the bed above the bed covers. On a small table next to the bed, you see a cold bowl of venison stew, a metal teapot, and a wooden cup. Several small glass vials are also scattered on the table. The traveler's backpack leans against one of the table legs with its top flap open. Theodric enters, and you follow him into the room. As you survey the scene, Tugrith arrives, a bit out of breath. From the doorway, he asks, "Do we know anything about him? Or is this another poor, nameless wanderer that'll be resting in our little plot out back?" Theodric responds, "Well, for now, our plot will have to do. I should have been on the road already. I'm due in Spudbarrow by nightfall today. So for now, let's just put him to rest, and when I get back, I'll go through his things and see if there's someone we should notify." And then looking at all of you, he adds, if you don't mind, please give us a hand carrying this poor creature."
Oh, absolutely. And Scar's gonna grab one of the legs like a big log, and is like, all right.
Well, you're
Go.
gonna grab them by the. You're actually gonna just pick up the blankets off the bed and kind of use them as a stretcher. So, the six
He's
of
gonna
you,
grab.
the six of you, Theodric, Tugrith, and you four, act as pallbearers, carrying the body out of the room using the blankets beneath him as a stretcher of sorts. Theodric at the lead leads you behind the cabins and towards the river. As you look around, you see there are several small vegetable fields and herb plots back here, and the wizened old halfling is already out with a hoe tending them. He stops for a moment to watch your procession pass. A few halfling children can be seen playing in front of a house that appears to have been dug into a mound in the middle of the garden area. They stop and watch you pass as well. You cross the stream on a small bridge and soon reach a cleared area in the trees that is dotted by several wooden markers. Some of these have names and dates, others have dates only. The goblin arrives right behind you carrying 3 shovels. You watch as Theodric, Tugrith, and Frix the goblin quickly dig a hole in the ground about 4 feet deep. You all then help lower the body into the hole using the blankets and flap the blankets over its face as a sort of a shroud. Theodric says, "I really must get on the road. Can you all finish up here?" And Frix, lock up cabin 5, leave his belongings in there, and I'll go through everything when I get back. And with that, Theodric leaves. You get the impression that this sort of thing has happened before from time to time. And the 20 or so markers that are in this field reinforce that feeling. So...
Kukui is going to bow.
Tugrith and Fritz basically finish shoveling. If any one of you wants to pick up the 3rd shovel, you can.
And Leola
Yeah.
will do it.
And then after the hole's filled in, you all just kind of wander with Tugrith, kind of back toward the inn. Tugrith explains as you go that basically that plot. I mean, the inn has been here for 20 odd years, and this isn't the first time somebody has either, come in from the road beat up enough to just die overnight, or they've even had some travelers bring bodies that were found on the road. And Tugrith and his wife, who you haven't met, by the way, who's out, she's the one who does all the hunting for the inn. They decided long ago that, they wouldn't, everybody deserves a decent burial, so if you come in dead, they'll take care of you and at least put a marker up to remember the day that you were interred. So if it does happen to be somebody they recognize, then they will notify the next of kin in the nearest villages, because again, they've been here for 20 years. They know the farmers up and down the road, and they know most of the villagers in Spudbarrow to the one direction and Faybridge Crossing to the other. So if they have to retrieve or remove the remains to be buried somewhere else, they help with that and all that kind of good stuff. Once you get back inside, Tugrith pours an ales, unless any of you are drinking wine. Sinlalia, always have to ask the elf. Are you an ale elf or a wine elf?
I guess a wine elf. I don't know.
We don't ask the halfling, and we don't ask.
That was fine.
So he basically pours around for everybody payment for your assistance with helping. So the rest of the day passes uneventfully. It's comfortable here, and you've all been on the road a while, so one more day of comfort sounds pretty good. That evening, Elabeth, Theodric's daughter, plays and sings, even though you're the only ones in the common room, except for the regulars, and the regulars being Tugrith behind the bar, Agilbert, and Wizbarret, who is the gnome, with their pipes, and Clotilda in the kitchen. The gnomish woman is not here tonight. So this is a good time for a little bit of small talk. If any of you would like to either chat with each other now that you've been kind of forced together a little bit, or if you would like to ask some questions of Tugrith.
So Ansgar is gonna kind of shuffle up next to the goblin and is going to say, it's like, so looked like you were about to say something back there at the when we were burying the body. What was that about?
Which goblin are we talking about?
Oh, Kukui.
Kukui's gonna like shoving food into her mouth and go, huh? Kukui, it's nice to meet you. Because we can actually shake hands with people in this game. It's really nice. So I'm so sorry. I was busy thinking about things. Could you say your question one more time?
Yes. Looked like you were about to say something back there when we were burying the body. I wanted to, know what that was about.
I think it is very important that we respect the people who are dead. So I was just saying a goblin player, wishing them safe passage to the other side, and a safe returning for all of their belongings that they don't care about anymore.
Okay. Cool. And Anskar's gonna go back to his drink.
But by the way, a lot of those belongings look very interesting to you. They were vials of liquids and things like that.
I know. I wanted to take a look at them when they were moving the body. I figured I was short enough that when I was bowing to pay respects to the dead, I may have been able to glance at it to the side just a little. Maybe I could go back and see more later. Maybe. By the way, Twitch is saying, they were saying a few minutes ago that the volume tone is a little bit more adjusting.
Just said that the broadcast ended on my device.
I still see it on my thing, so I hope it's not
strange.
Okay.
So she goes back to like shoving more food in her mouth and grabbing the stuff from her pocket because now it is nice and tender and slightly dirty.
Okay. Let me just ask one. What I want just to ask the viewers real quick: is the music better now? Oh, by the way, I don't know if anybody's watching, but Sable says, "Okay, that's it. Esong is recruited into our goblin game."
So exciting!
Okay, the music is good now. Good. Okay.
Good.
All right, so anyway, the evening passes. Elabeth sings a few songs that she's learned from the traveling bards about the great deeds of adventurers. You have another wonderful meal. Tonight it's sliced roast venison with potatoes and spring greens. Actually, they would be autumn greens. I made a late season change in the script to make it more Halloween-y. And lots of rich, flavorful gravy. Eventually, though, you retire for the night. So you're in a common room. I didn't bother putting this up because there really wasn't any point. But basically, you guys are all in a common room. That's got like 8 or 10 beds in it because that's the cheapest way to travel, and you guys are all next to penniless. So.
Kukui is going to go up to the elf and go, "Hi, I'm Kukui. How do you think he died?"
Seemed he was killed.
I wonder how. Anyway, thanks for your help. These short arms, they don't do much. But you sure look like you were doing a whole lot. Very helpful. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome, small Kukui.
Okay.
So anyway,
I'm Kukui.
So you all, like I said, you all get yourselves ready for bed. By the way, each of your beds, there is a little chest at the foot so that you can put like your armor, the one or two of you that have armor, which is very uncomfortable to sleep in, and you're not sleeping in it. I believe though, Anskar, you wear padded armor?
I am checking, but that sounds good to me.
If you wear padded armor, you have the option of sleeping in the armor. I don't know whether Anskar would do that or not, but
Anskar is a pastoral halfling. He's all about that comfort. So no, absolutely not. He
Okay.
is absolutely going to take that off,
All right.
and it's hide armor.
Yep. So like I said, there's room for all your gear and stuff. So, in the middle of the night, your peaceful sleep is shattered. There's a goblin voice yelling, "Help! Help! Monster! Monster!" It can first be heard coming from the courtyard behind the inn. But before you can even really move out of bed, the sound of a door being slammed open and then loud slapping footsteps on the stairs proceed even louder yells as Fricks the goblin runs along the halls shouting, "Help! Monster!" You can hear him running along the corridor right outside your door, and then you hear his slapping feet on the stairs again. His cries trail off as he heads across the road to rouse whoever he can. What would you like to do?
Quickly.
Cinderella will prepare for battle. Grabbing her short sword and longbow.
Okay, so you're going to grab your weapons. I will remind everybody that it takes between 10 to 15 minutes or more to put on armor. So, if you would like to respond quickly, you can grab your weapons and head out the door, or you can take a long time to suit up.
I don't know how to take off the armor with my AC, but
Oh, we'll fix that real quick.
Bukui is going to spring up on top of the bed and try out a few dramatic poses that she's practiced for her adventuring style before figuring that, yes, she is ready to go out and try to conquer this monster. She looks like an adventurer. Then she's going to step out, pause, and scamper right back inside. Take a couple deep breaths. You got this, you got this, you got this, you got this, and then start running out of the hallway again.
Okay, Sinlalia, you are now armorless. Let's just go through these all real quick. Make sure that everybody knows what their real armor classes are. 5-0. Just so you're aware of how vulnerable you are. This is important to know.
While you're doing that, well, Jackson will wake up, open one eye, half wonder whether it's actually worth getting up for. Reach down, get his axe off the floor, which is always within arm's reach. On the shoulder, stick his head out the door.
Okay, you're disappearing voice-wise. Did you move
Sorry.
or?
Probably me moving around.
There you go.
Kind of reluctantly get out of bed, grab his axe, which is always in arm's reach, sling it on his shoulder, so open the door, still half asleep, look up and down, so what's going on?
Kooky, you're wearing leather armor, apparently.
I assume we are in close proximity because Pukui is going to go, fight, fight, there is monster! And she's just going to be like sprinting.
So Anskar, speaking of arm's reach, is curled up in bed with the greatsword like a body pillow,
Okay.
with a red cap pulled down over his eyes. He's like, and over there, like, monster, monster. He goes, ha! And he, like, turns really sharply in the other direction and rolls right off the bed. And he's like, I'm up! And he's got the sword and he's moving in the direction of the shouting.
Cinderella is trying to make sure Kukui doesn't get herself killed.
By the way, something weird happened to Anskar because I had loaded up that rage thing, and then it was reduced to just Ra.
You are now an Egyptian god.
It's it was just
So it says rage now, but I'm not going to put the stats in right now. But
no, that's cool.
It's there. We'll get them in when we need to.
I just assumed Anskar had a past life as a U.S. Marine.
Okay, so it sounds like you're all pretty much heading out the heading outside as quickly as you can.
Now, quick question. I have. Did you say I had leather armor? But
Well, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't right now. So.
Okay. No, I'm just making sure I know because the other one was hide, and the hide was able to be slept in, but the leather was not.
No, hide is not sleepable. Just
Okay.
padded is the only one that's sleepable. And we have to give.
I don't even think Kukui realizes she forgot her armor. I think she is so hyped up and just focused that she starts going down the hall and then realizes she missed the main door and has to turn around to head back outside.
Okay, and why is the music still playing? Now it's not. Okay, because you're out of the inn now. Okay, so anyway, you run out the back door of the inn, and across there's like I said, the courtyard, and from the earlier description, there's a few buildings on both sides. You get to the back row of cabins, and that's what you see in front of you now on the map. I assume you all see the map, where I've put your tokens at the very top of the map. There's a couple of buildings. You're seeing the roofs of the buildings here. You don't have to worry about going into them.
Absolutely.
But as you get there, by the way, it's just after midnight. Is your estimate? So, Kuki, you have no trouble seeing at all. Sinlalia, you have no trouble seeing at all. Jackson and Ansgar, the moons are out, but it's kind of dark. So.
It's kind of dark.
Yeah. So anyway, as you get to about, I'm going to just get you in kind of setup position. I'll let you rearrange yourselves as you need to. But
I would have grabbed my backpack and shields on the way out the door.
all right. As you get to somewhere about there, and look in between the buildings and past the tree, you're actually going to be following a sound as you do this, by the way. As you reach the bottom of the back stairs and head out the courtyard behind the inn, you can hear the unmistakable sounds of something pounding on a heavy wooden door. There are also the very faint sounds of shouts coming from beyond the cabins where the fields and the halflings' home are located. As you get to the back of the cabins in the faint moonlight, you can very faintly see a figure pounding on the door of the halflings' mound home. Not knocking, trying to break it down with its bare hands. At this moment, the door is holding, but the pounding sounds suggest that the wood is beginning to splinter. So again, those of you with dark or low light vision can clearly see this thing is banging and pounding. The other two of you, you can tell that there's something out there, but you're not quite too clear what it is.
I'll step forward. So, what's going on?
And at this point, I am going to ask each of you to roll a perception check.
Is this perception initiative or just perception?
No, this is perception. We'll get to initiative in a minute. We're not there yet. Okay, there's one.
For those who don't know, Pathfinder 2 apparently uses perception for initiative. That's why I was asking that question.
Yeah, this is a perception check to see if you recognize something, and so far 2 of you do.
Is that under skills?
No, it's actually on the right-hand side, a little ways down underneath your hit points. And there it is. Okay. All right, so 2 of you, Ansgar, surprisingly, even though your eyesight is not one of the nighttime people, and Sinlalia definitely. Where am I going? Here's where I'm going. From what you can tell, you got a pretty good look at this guy, and you got a pretty good look at the guy who came in last night. And it really looks like that whoever it is that's pounding on this door is wearing the same kind of clothes as the guy who came into the inn last night. You know, the one you buried earlier in the day.
Now, RPG, can you zoom out on the master map a little bit?
Well, you can
On
zoom
this-
it. You can zoom it yourself.
No, the
Oh, you
Twitch.
mean on that map? Yes,
On
yes,
the
good
Twitch.
idea.
Because they can only see two of us.
Yep, that one I have to fix myself. So, and this is a big map. So, let's see. There we go. Now we can just barely get. That should cover the main field of action.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me. So yeah, so this guy looks like he's dressed pretty much the same way as the guy that you stuck in the ground and threw dirt on this morning.
Kukui's gonna kind of like rub her eyes a little bit, and she's gonna look around, and then gonna look up to the people up there, and she's gonna look back at them, and look back at them, like, huh?
So,
But Serge, I think you were stepping forward, weren't you?
yeah, I was asking what was going on because I don't have a decent night vision. So,
Yeah, your microphone keeps popping in and out, DM.
how about this? Maybe because I'm looking at the screen and not towards the mic. I go to one of the people that can see at night time and say, "What's going on?"
Can I do some sort of recall knowledge check?
Okay, what are you interested in trying to remember?
Something about undead anything,
Okay.
really?
Okay, fair enough. Your skill there, that, okay. For the benefit of the players, these are the one set of rolls that are immune from hero points because they have to be done in secret. And since you don't know what the roll is, okay. No, nothing comes to mind.
Okay.
Kukui, what's your goblin eyes see?
No, I rolled pretty crappy on my perception track, so
Yes,
I
you
don't think
did.
I see much. So Kukui is going to lie and try to feel important. And Kukui is going to say, danger, big threat, robbery. He's trying to rob the place.
Robbery?
Sinliala will go, there's a monster pounding on the halfling's door. Looks a lot like the guy we buried yesterday, but I don't know how that works.
See, that's what I said.
Well, either way, it sounds like we should stop him. So, like, Ansgar is going to continue on, moving quickly.
Okay.
Same here. I'll be right behind, axe on the shoulder, but blade outwards.
All right. I'm going to ask you to. I'm assuming that it's from the sounds of it. You two guys are the ones that are kind of up front anyway.
Uh-huh.
We'll assume a layout something like this.
I don't know.
And yeah, we'll keep. Errol will be right alongside you, Sinlalia.
Okay.
So this is the point where we'll start, and this is the point where we get to roll initiative. So let me bring up the turn tracker. And let me get this up and running, ready to go. And there we go. Ignore the fact that says ghouls. You don't know what a ghoul is. So And 1, 2, 3, 4, everybody's in there. And there's the turn order. Okay, this actually works out well. So, as you were like watching or whatever, for a while, the creature did not detect you. It's kind of busy trying to break down the door. But all of a sudden, the creature stops and he sniffs the air. You can actually hear him sniffing. All right, and he slowly turns like he's trying to follow a scent until he finally turns and he's clearly now looking straight at you.
Kukui is going to wince and go, darn it, I knew I didn't eat all of those sausages.
All right, and he's going to very slowly move just a little bit so as to get a better view of you without this big tree trunk in the way that's in the middle. Quick point about the map. The vegetation that's in the fields, assume you can run through that. The Kukui and Anskar, you can get partial cover if you need it from the vegetation in the fields because you're tiny. Moonflower and DM Stretch, you cannot. If you look at the way all the trees are drawn, the trunks are the only thing that you need to worry about. All right, the translucent tree canopies are just there for effect. They provide no resistance to vision or any cover of any sort. The trunks, however, do. All right, you can't run through a trunk. You have to move around them, but you can also use them for cover if you decide you need it. And they will affect line of sight. All right, so the ghoul, like I said, he's going, well, the creature is going to do that, and then he's done. Jackson, what are you doing?
I have no real idea what's going on, but I want to get a better view. I'll move forward.
You can move your full movement rate. All right, that's one of your 3. Again, for those of you who are not familiar with Pathfinder 2, during combat, each player gets, in their turn, they get to perform 3 actions or 3 things. They can move, they can attack, they can do various other things. Some things take more than 1 action to complete. Most things take 1. But it's a little less restrictive than the D&D 5 rules where you get 1 movement and 1 action. Here, if you want to spend 3 moves attacking, if you happen to be toe-to-toe with somebody, you can.
It's about there. Just so I get a decent look. Try and squint and see what the hell's going on.
All right,
So
you want to
is
take
that
another.
the same
you want
guy?
to use another perception roll with your third.
Yeah.
With your third action, you can do that.
That's a bit better.
You have a much better view this time, and yeah, it really does look like the guy you stuck in the ground today. I mean, in fact, you're close enough now you can even, see as it moves. There's little bits of dirt and things like falling out of the tops of his boots, and
That's like, did we bury someone alive? Had he got out? I kind of move one hand up the axe and put the other hand on the bottom of the base of it, still on the shoulder, not knowing quite what to do, and just turn to the others. Just like,
okay.
I'd have moved too far away to really talk to them, but I kind of beckon them forward, or signal to them to come forward.
Okay. So, Sinliala, what would you like to do?
Sinliala will signal to Errol to attack the creature. Then I have to measure.
Okay.
And we'll will go to that square right there. Which I think is right there.
The attack action.
And then
I think she gets 40 feet.
I get 30.
Right.
Errol gets 40.
Okay.
And I have to measure Errol to 40.
Yeah, well, you can actually go. Errol will spend 2 actions moving to attack.
Okay.
All right, probably by the straightest move. So you're going to end up there. Yeah.
Like there?
Yeah, there you can go one further if you want.
Okay.
Oh, is there anything going on in the stream in the chat, by the way? Oh, some of my other players are here. Kukui, I would like to introduce you to Sir Lamsalot in the chat. Sir Lamsalot is the originator of the character sheet that you are playing. Yeah, in fact, he said that earlier. All right, I have to apologize for not keeping up completely. It looks like Esong is keeping up with the chat pretty well. Okay, so that's your job, Esong. You're my moderator. Well, yeah. If anything important comes up, stop me and let me know.
I'm looking to see how far the range on my longbow is real quick.
Your longbow can fire 100 feet without any limits, or without any penalties. You can fire anything longer than that you want. There just happen to be attack penalties.
Speaking that the ghoul thing is 100 feet away. I just measured it.
No, then he's just within range.
Yeah, I will fire the longbow. $23 for 3, I think.
That is a hit. And that does 3 damage. That surprised it.
And that's the end of my turns.
And that is the end of your turn. Kukui, what would you like to do?
So I have
and
a
I
list of
apologize while I'm it's dinner time, so go ahead.
So my question is, it's around midnight. Kukui has a very set routine of things that go boom that she would do in the morning, and I have a list, but I didn't have a chance to say that when we were prepping. So do I have any vials?
I would assume you do, and why don't you use the same set you used in our test session last night?
Okay, I don't remember what that was. I have a note from what I was going to do for this game. So, but I remember I have acid, so I will take my vial and I will try to fling it. It'll be great. Ooh, so beautiful. Okay, so Kukui, she got 25 speed, so she go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Now the thing we're trying to attack is all the way over here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how far can I throw?
20 feet. Well, again, you can throw it further than that, but there's a penalty to hit.
So Kukui's just going to have to spend all of her action trying to dash there. She's too short to do much else. Can she climb?
Sure.
Does that give any benefits to throwing things if I'm at an elevation?
Not if you're talking about climbing into the tree, because now you have the tree, the leaf canopy itself to have to throw through.
Fair enough. All right. How far can I go? Ooh, I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, I'm gonna be nice and assume that as you were running here, you got the vial out, so you have it in your hand.
I don't think I can throw. I think I'm too far away to throw.
I think you're still too far away. Yeah, I mean you can move 25 feet 3 times in your turn from where you started.
Yeah, but I started pretty far back, so I think that's all I can do.
Well, let's see. You were about here. You can get 75. Yeah, that's about where you can get to. You're about right.
So she's going to go there, and her heart is pounding, and her palms are sweaty, but she is so ready. Woo! Greatness!
Ansgar, what are you doing?
So Anskar, who again cannot see anything, is going to. He's got both hands on the great sword that he's carrying, and he is going to dash in a straight line because that always usually works pretty well for him.
Okay.
I think that's one too far.
Yep. That looks about right.
So he's like, come on out here. Let's go. And that's the end of my turn.
All right, well, the creature has been kind of keeping an eye on you all, as you kind of spread out in front of it, and he's been looking you all over. And he comes to the conclusion that okay. He comes to the conclusion that the tastiest meal happens to be the one that's closest to him. So he is going to move. You see him move to here, kind of purposefully toward you. But what completely takes you by surprise is that from this point, he's been not quite running, but he's been like picking up a bit of speed. And at this point, almost without warning, he kind of gathers his legs underneath himself and leaps. And he leaps right to you.
Does that provoke?
Sorry?
Does that provoke an attack of opportunity?
No, it does not.
At all? All right, cool.
Because it is too sudden. Even if you had them, it is too sudden.
All right.
It's actually one of the things that his move avoids. But he is there, and he then attempts very quickly to rake you with his claws. And an 18, I'm sure, is good enough to do that.
I'm going to assume yes.
All right. And I need you to give me a fortitude save.
Okay. Will do. So, fortitude. That's going to be a 13.
Okay. As the claws rake across your pick an exposed body part, you feel a searing heat and flame, and actually not a searing heat and flame. You probably feel a searing cold shoot through your body from the point where the claws struck, and as that cold shoots through your body, you feel it stiffening your muscles.
Point of order. We have redeemed a hero point. Mikado has redeemed a hero point.
We have a hero point. Okay.
You might be saved, or doomed even more.
Well, there we go. So which hero point are we using?
It's one. If it's one of theirs, not yours. So you still have yours.
No. I mean,
which roll is being
for your roll, for your fortitude save, I assume.
Okay.
Since HP was too slow, so.
Well, then I will go ahead and roll that again.
As the cat clarifies the fortitude.
And that's worse.
Oh gosh, yeah, it is.
But not much worse. Don't ignore the fact that that's red. That is not a critical fail.
Okay.
So anyway, you feel.
Aaron has redeemed another hero point.
All right, we're gonna put a limit of 2 on any given roll. All right, everybody.
Hero points the whole night. We make no progress in the story.
Okay, so you feel this sudden cold and stiffness overcome your muscles, and then magically it disappears, and you feel fine.
I feel fine!
Except for the 4 points of damage he took.
Except for those 4 points of damage. Those don't feel fine.
And it is Jackson's turn.
Okay, seeing it is now certainly hostile, I'll move to there and aim to assist. So that's 2 actions of movement, and I'll swing in with my axe.
And you get 1 attack. Yep.
Yeah, I'll go in two-handed with this one. Okay, 13 to hit.
Nope, that's a miss.
Yeah. Stuck's out the way then.
Yep, that's a miss. Okay. Sinliala.
Mike, all right.
Direct arrow to support.
I think you have a well. Okay, support will only work on with you as a fighter. He won't support someone else.
Yeah.
And
I
keep
thought
in mind
me
that right now
firing
you
my longbow at it would count.
Sorry?
I thought that me firing my longbow at it would count because I've already done that.
Oh, actually, I guess it would, but you have a tree trunk right in your way right now.
Yeah, I'm about to move to fix that. But arrow will take 1 movement to do that. So arrow gets an attack. So I guess I don't direct him to support. I'm just moving over to here. So that's
So
one
he's
action,
nipping
right?
at the heels, but he misses.
Yeah. So I guess I just fire my longbow twice. Since
you
I
moved
didn't
once.
direct him to support.
Yeah, no, you moved once. You gave a support command.
I did? I thought you...
You did say... Did you say support, or were you going to just let him continue the attack that you gave him?
So I thought you said that I'm not allowed to do the support.
Okay, well, go with the attack then.
Okay.
That's easier. Then yes, you get 2 attack. You get two arrows.
A 20 to hit for 1 damage, and a 19 to hit for 2 damage.
Good damage rolls, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you very definitely nicked him.
They are both hits though.
Mm-hmm. And that's the end of my turns.
Kukui. I see a lot of splash damage in your future.
Uh-huh. So sorry, guys. Must go. Boom. Okay. Measuring. See if it'll let me.
Again, I apologize to everybody, but
5,
the way this game schedule was,
10,
there was
15,
no way I could
20,
have dinner before or after. So
25. So
now it's
I think
definitely close enough.
I take my acid vial and I go, woo! And I cross my fingers. And I'm going to roll just my first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Acid flask lesser.
Yep. And you hit.
Yes.
So, as the acid flask slaps onto this thing and shatters, acid flies everywhere. Ansgar, you get some of it on you for 1 point. And Jackson, you get some of it on you for 1 point. And Errol, unfortunately, gets some of it on him too for 1 point.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. There's a hero point on damage, if there's possible. I don't know. I missed it. Probably for you.
Sin damage, I see. Yes. All right, we'll give you 1 damage reroll, and that's it. We're not gonna. So we will do that.
Let me get to it.
Thank you, chat people.
Okay,
7.
so we're gonna add another 6 points to what I took off already. Okay. Now he's hurting a little more. All right, and the acid, like I said, it smacks him squarely in the chest. But it doesn't seem to have any immediate effect.
She's gonna squint and kind of just go, huh.
And that was your turn, right? You're finished, I think.
Yeah.
Okay,
And she's just
and
gonna be
Scar.
like,
So Anskar, who is in his pajamas, who's been attacked by this undead creature and then splashed with acid, is feeling great because he's pissed. And so he's going to rage. And so I get 3 temporary hit points.
Yep.
And he is going to swing at the thing in front of him 3 times. And
2 times because you raged.
Oh, that's right. That's an action. Okay, that's fair. Let me open it up. Going down to the weapon, and I'm going to hit 1. I'm going to hit the 2.
Well, the first one is very definitely a hit.
The second one is very definitely not.
And the first one, in fact, is such a great hit. You swing the sword violently around and manage to lop the creature's head clearly off its shoulders.
Right on. The way he does it is he has it over his shoulder.
Yeah.
And he kind of hops up and turns. So it's like, ah! And he almost does a front flip to get this swing right.
So as the head rolls into the field, you can still hear it kind of slathering and for a second or two anyway, kind of hissing and snarling and drooling and then it seems to suddenly calm a little bit. You know, like the features don't look quite so evil and horrible, and it seems to relax. The body twitches a few times, and finally lies still.
Are we still
except for the smoldering acid that is now slowly starting to create little smoke columns rising up from where it hit him in the chest.
And Kukui is going to rush towards it and just kind of sit and watch all of the smoke rings.
Are we still in initiative order?
We don't need to be.
Okay, cool. Anskar's going to go up. Oh, sorry, DM, did you want to do something?
Yeah. As the head falls, the body is still standing. I'll take one look at it and just do one straightforward kick to its chest. Push it, set it down on the floor.
Okay.
Cool. So Anskar is going to heft his sword off, and he's going to swing it like a golf club against the head with the flat side.
Going for distance?
Going for distance. It's a halfling tradition.
Speaking of traditions, jumping in from chat, who is it? Aaron would like to know if Jackson or Anskar get extra if they yell, "This is Sparta!" before attacking. Because apparently you get extra dodge bonus to AC in Aaron's games if your character screams like a 4-year-old girl while running away.
Yeah, I
Well, Spartan kicked it.
Spartan kicked the ghoul too, huh?
Yep.
Aaron, in my game, you get extra dodge bonus if your character screams like a 4-year-old girl while running away. Okay. I like it. So, as you're standing there looking over the corpse, the door of the halfling house opens, and Agilbert, the old farmer guy that you've seen hanging out in the inn at night or whatever, he comes out. Let's let's see, where's my notes? Yeah, he comes out with with basically what looks like either a kitchen cleaver or a large knife, in his hand, like he was ready. Yeah, he was inside, ready to defend his family. You can see Clotilde and a few little halfling children like peering out from behind Clotilde, kind of looking out the door. They lot of fear and fright in the eyes. You also start to hear a metal rattling sound coming from the approximate direction that you guys came from. And running along, still trying to strap on a breastplate, is Tugrith, the dwarf from the bar. And he's trying to strap on his breastplate with one hand while he's running along with a warhammer in the other hand. And the goblin that works the place is running along right behind him. So he gets there, and
Thank you for coming for support, but we're good.
So he's all out of breath, and he's surveys the scene real quickly and realizes that you guys have already taken care of the problem.
I splashed some water over himself to wash off the acid.
Okay, good idea. Although fortunately, it wasn't too bad for you guys. It's still kind of smoldering on the corpse. On the re-corpse. Is that a re-corpse or?
Is it a recourse on the re-corpse?
Sounds like an re-corpse.
So
we'll splash some water on
looking
Errol.
over this creature, by the way, there is absolutely no doubt now that this is definitely the person you buried the night before. You got a good look at him now. You now got as close a look at him as you had when you were carrying him out to the grave.
Okui's going to turn around and look at Jackson and say, I think the best thing we should do to make sure we're safe, is cut out his heart. Just to be on the safe side. And then I will store it for safekeeping. Don't ask questions. I will store it.
You will store it.
I just kind of shake my head and just wander off.
Okay, we'll go to the bottom and start chewing out for the heart.
With a completely straight face, we'll say, that makes sense. Yeah.
Sin will probably say, do what you want. I like you, little goblin thing.
All right. Well, while he's doing that, you see Tugrith head off toward the little bridge that goes over the stream toward the graveyard. All right, because he looked at this guy and he's seeing the same thing you guys are, but he doesn't quite believe it. So he kind of trots off, like I said, across. I don't know if any of you want to follow him or go with him. But assuming you don't, assuming you're all still standing around, he comes back shortly, and he confirms, yep, there's a hole where the grave was this morning, and it has all the looks of being dug out from the inside. So
From the
whatever this thing
outside,
is,
the corpse
clawed itself up out of the dirt last night. And he goes on to say, I don't know too much about these things, but I do know that where there's one, there's usually more. So we need to find out where this guy was attacked. All right. And Tugrith then looks at all of you guys and says, like I said, I really don't know too much about these things. Or what about any of you? Do any of you have any knowledge?
Only thing I can suggest, I don't know, but maybe burn the corpse.
It's not a bad idea.
Can't come back if it's ash. Hopefully.
Okui's going to hug the heart that she has ripped out and hide it in a pocket so it does not get burned.
Anskar's going to go put on his armor.
Same here.
Kukui is going to turn to the person who was talking and be like, look, we know he's dead, and we know we need answers. So can you let us see his stuff?
As I wander off to go find my armor, I turn and say, I think that's a good idea. I can go find my armor.
Hero point for Kooky.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I mean, you gain one. You asked the right question.
So now you have 2.
I have twice as many as all of you.
Tugrith stops and thinks about it, and he says, you know, we really do need to find out where this guy came from. I mean, he looked like he was attacked on the road. Maybe whatever it was that attacked him is the reason he turned into this. So we really need to find out where he was. And if there's any hints at all, those hints are going to be in the cabin. So those of you who are still here, which would be what, Sinliala and Kukri?
Mm-hmm.
Kukri.
It's 2 short things, but the Quee is like, whoom! Quee!
You follow Tugrith to cabin number 5, where Tugrith takes a large keyring off his belt, unlocks the padlock on the door, while muttering to anybody and nobody, yeah, I got the keys to every lock here. I made them, lock and key both. And just like the night before, the backpack is lying on the floor next to the bed. Some of its contents are out on the table. Now that you look a little more carefully, there's a few others scattered on the floor around it. A number of vials and jars on the table. Rummaging through the traveler's backpack, you find mostly typical adventurer gear, but there's also 3 books in the backpack. One of them is apparently a spell book, which, other than you looking at it and saying, oh, this is some sort of magical book, you can't make heads or tails of. One of them is a book that claims to contain the instructions for performing something called the ritual for creating a zombie. The third one appears to be a notebook of some sort, and all 3 of them were absolutely written by the same person. Now, the notebook is the one that's interesting, and we will initially let you 2 see it. I'm going to give you 2 a head start, and then I'm going to put it up on the screen so that everybody can see it. But if you folks look back in your in the journal area, you should now see something called the Traveler's Notebook. You can open that up and read it. Just the 2 that were still there. Like I said, I'm going to give them a few seconds head start, and then I'm going to put it up for everybody. So.
As Kukri is reading, she's going like
a little more on my dinner.
She is like going to be reading through frantically as she's reading about this zombie stuff, and be very disappointed when there's no mention of how well it burns. There is break in research. There is research opportunity here. Also, above the table, I know what we're playing. I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing, but I remember you giving this to Sable to read this story because I really loved the story. And so now I'm even more hyped that we're doing this.
Yes, you are. Yeah, you are the adventurers that helped that poor story person out. Yeah.
Okay. Ooh. So Kukui is going to turn to the person with her and go, oh, this is big.
Oh, I like that. I like angst. I mean, the goblin might disagree, but maybe if we gave her a red laser dot to chase on the mill wheel. Or a stuffed bunny on a spring.
Who is with Kukui? Who else is reading this book?
Sinliala.
Sinliala.
All right, I'm
So-
gonna open it up for everybody now and just put it on the screen so that the audience can read it too.
Cool. I'm going to go refill my water.
Okay.
Will you make that too, please?
Sin will turn to Kukui and say, "This is not good."
Oh, you know what? I can do it this way.
I know, but the possibilities. Think of all of the hero worship. Maybe, and she's going to kind of drift off for a second. She's like, maybe I'll finally have a friend.
Sinliala will ruffle Kukui's hair.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I can't fit it all at once for you people out there who are hopefully. I don't even know if you're able to read it on screen, but I'll leave it there for a few seconds and then I'll scroll it down.
is it in a World Anvil article you could post?
Not right now. It's not.
Fair enough.
It will be eventually, but it's not there now.
Fair enough. Oof. Shout out to Scribe for being the most amazing scribe and water fetcher.
Actually, I could probably copy and paste it into one real quick.
Another unsolicited shout out to World Anvil, the best world hosting, world building software out there, and the amazing people in chat who are part of its community.
In fact, let me do that. I'm going to copy it. And then I'm going to very quickly
So Kukui is going to turn to Sin and say, so how long do you think it took for this to happen?
I'm not formatting anything.
It's
here,
looking
guys.
like
Just,
maybe 2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days. That's pretty fast. I wonder where he came from. Edmer?
Indmere.
I don't know these places.
So I don't have access to what was on the document. So what does it say?
Yeah, we're just sorting that out now.
well, when you guys get back from changing your armor, I'll open it up so you guys can see it in game. But in the meantime, I'm also so that everybody else can read it.
Yeah, when you get back to the place, I will tell you.
Control C. There's a link. There's a link to it. Everybody, you can read along in World Anvil. And assuming you guys all get back now, we can also.
Sin took the notebook with her, as well as the
No,
other 2 books.
Tugworth isn't going to
if
let you take
possible.
anything out of the room.
Okay.
Um,
Sin will at least tell Tugworth what they found, at least.
yeah.
Well, Tugworth and Sin are talking. Kukui
Okay,
is
now
going
you
to
now you should all
try.
you can all in game get access to it as well.
Kukui is going to try to maybe take a look at some of the vials that were there and maybe pocket 1 or 2 of them discreetly. If that's possible, like some sort of sleight of hand nonsense.
Are you trained in? You are trained in thievery.
I didn't know that. That's perfect. Yes.
You can attempt to palm one. To palm it's the first thing you have to do is palm the item and then you have to conceal it. So it's actually 2 checks to get away with it.
So thievery twice.
Yep.
All right, chat.
Well,
have my back.
roll the first one first, and Do we have any re-rolls coming for that?
That doesn't sound very good. I don't know if that's good or not. Aaron's saying a
There we
reroll
go.
point.
There's one.
Okay, I try again. Watch it be worse.
Better.
little better. Oh,
Right,
chat can't
you
see the rolls.
successfully-
Chat can only see that
You
because we got
successfully
the.
picked it up. Now you have to put it someplace.
While you have the traveler notebook open, oh great God of the world, they can't see the rolls.
Oh, good point.
Now I will try
I keep
to
forgetting I keep forgetting that I'm managing 2 copies of the screen.
Oh no, that was a frost vial. I don't throw a vial. I'm not throwing things.
All right, and I'm gonna put this down anyway, since you now have access to the World Anvil version of it. So.
Not so much.
As you try to, okay, with that roll, as you try to slip it into your pocket, you miss your pocket and you drop it on the floor. And Tugruff just says, "Leave the man's belongings here."
Aaron redeemed and Sir Lamsalot both redeemed hero points, I think, for that.
All right, we'll give you one more shot.
Chat delay. Love it. Thank you, beautiful chat beans. Watch me get a nat 1. Oh, that was a nat 1 originally. Can't do worse than that.
Nat
And
1,
you
then
went
nat 20.
exactly in the other direction. You not only successfully slip one away, you slip 2.
Oh, I look at them later. I pat them for safekeeping. They feel nice and soothing with next to the sausage.
Now you're going to make me have to figure out what they are, but...
So, having looked at the notebook, Ansgar is going to take a look at his wound.
And what? Sorry?
Well, he got attacked, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, looking at what's being read, it seems like you get messed up with if you get attacked. Is that a fair in-character deduction from what was
yeah,
written?
well, and you recall you felt that cold wave, and that cold and stiffness wave go over you that you kind of shook off.
Yeah.
So
So he's like, I'm gonna go disinfect this, and he's gonna go to the bar and he's gonna ask for some liquor. Really, really hard liquor to just like pour all over that.
Oh, that's gonna sting.
Yes.
I mean, Sin could always do a medicine check on it. I don't know.
You could.
Ansgar's gonna be like, yeah.
Okay. You want me to roll for that?
If you want to do a medicine check to see if you about taking care of his wound, sure.
Mm-hmm. I got a 21.
You can do a treat wounds. That will be a successful treat wounds. Takes you about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Do I get any hit points back from that?
Yes, you will actually. Now ask me how many, but don't ask me too quickly.
How?
Give me a second.
¿Cuántos puntos de salud, porfa?
Dazzlecat would like to point out that before that was just about to happen, the alien then jumps out of the wound.
No me siento bien, Mr. Stark.
Oh, you get 2d8 hit points back.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's not something you can do during combat. So it's good, but it's not. Don't think of it as save me in the middle of a fight.
Nice.
Well, I'm back up to full.
Almost max.
All right. By the way, your rage subsided as soon as the thing died.
Okay.
So the first thing that happened is your temporary hit points went away.
Cool. All right, I'm back to 20. And how do I re-equip my hide armor?
Sin will also probably
Go into your character sheet. You'll all have any of you that are wearing armor. That includes Kooky.
Yeah.
If you look down in the notes, if you open up the little gear icon, if you open up the notes, you'll see that I put down in the notes what armor you were wearing and what its stats were. And basically, the two numbers you need to change are the number that says cap and the number that says item. And just put back the numbers that were there before.
So on my character sheet where it has notes, I'm putting my cap back to what was in the notes and the item to what was in
when you're ready to put your armor back on, you will change the cap to 3 and the item to 2, Kooky.
Okay. Well, I'm ready whenever it's narratively possible.
Were. Yeah.
I'm not quite seeing I'm not seeing anything under notes.
It says
Go
cap
to the
is 5 right now. Do I change it to 4?
All right. One at a time. Anscar, under armor class.
Yes.
Click open the red gear thing that you should see opening and closing now because I'm doing it.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. You see the notes section down below that says cap 2, item 3?
Yep.
Yeah. What is it? It was hide armor?
Yeah, so I need to put
It's good to put that there, yeah. If you're not wearing that, you're wearing this.
Okay. I should be good now.
Yep.
Cool.
Was Anscar wearing anything? Yeah, Anscar was too, right? Yeah, you want to go back to the 2-3. You're fine. And Jackson. Now that everybody's all suited up, as you read through the notebook and as Tugrith looks over your shoulder reading through the notebook, he's a little concerned, but unfortunately, although the notebook talks about something somewhere on the road, it really isn't specific enough to take any action based on it. So there are no farms within a day's travel of where you are right now. So it's not like they're imminent.
Anscar is gonna talk to Kukui. He's like, you were taking a pretty hard look at all these vials. Would you probably be able to figure out like what was based on the different vials and packets here? Like maybe like there's a little bit of fragment of some leaf or something, so we can understand what the like what this mystery ingredient is. You're muted.
We're kind of by ourselves, right? That other goblin guy who wasn't going to let me take stuff isn't with us anymore, is he?
You mean the dwarf? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't leave you in the cabin.
No, but like
you're back.
I'm not going
let's assume everything. Yeah, everything is back everything is still in the cabin that was there, and you guys are all back in the common room.
Perfect, because I'm not going to talk about that stuff if he's there, because he don't need to know my business.
So we're gonna.
But yeah, did I recognize anything? Anything seemed familiar?
You did not. which tells you that either this stuff is really very advanced alchemy, or it's not alchemy and might actually be magical. Whatever it was that he was trying to work on.
Kukui's gonna lie a little and just try to be like, it was very advanced stuff, very advanced. Not quite done yet though. Not sure. I have to look at it longer. I need more time. Give me like 2 days to look at it, and then I have answers for you. Maybe.
Okay. So Anskar is gonna kind of like, he's like, everybody come in here. Let's chat for a second. And he's like, so we all read the Notebook, right? So correct me if I'm wrong. He did this to 2 other bodies, right? At least 2.
Mm-hmm.
And those were up in Dryad, right?
Yeah.
So we know that there's more of these creatures out there. I think we need to tell somebody that this is going on. I have no skills magically. I don't know what the rest of you. Do any of you guys really have any skills magically?
No.
No, but I have an idea.
All right, just real quick, just to remind you what was in the Notebook. He raised things into zombies up in Dryad Falls, and then again more recently.
Kukui? Sorry.
But he only ever had a chance to give one of them his special concoction that caused that caused the zombie to turn into something that attacked him.
Okay.
So it would be reasonable to surmise that at least in the near area, because Dryad Falls is a couple of weeks away. In the near area, he left behind a zombie and one of these things.
Okay.
Kukui wants to turn to everyone and say, I have an idea. She's going to reach into her pocket and pull out the heart and on the table. And then she's going to take out one of the vials. And she's going to pour the concoction of whatever is the vial and pour it on the heart and just look.
What happens?
I don't think that was a good idea.
It's really smelly.
Why?
But it doesn't seem to do anything.
I take out my dagger, I poke it a little bit, and then I seem disappointed when nothing happens.
So
Might want to wash
Anskar's-
that table.
Ansgar is going to kind of look at that and say, okay, Sinlalia. And he's going to kind of look over at the elf, right? And he's like, and was it a dog or a wolf or the animal companion?
Wolf.
It's like the wolf. It's like, do you think that your wolf would be able to track this down, like through scent? I don't know, like if you're able to do that.
Sinliala will probably say, not likely.
Yeah,
Okay.
Tugrith at this point is also thinking, the dwarf is thinking, it's still the middle of the night. Now is probably not the best time to go out looking for these things. And in fact, he looks you all over and says, two of you might get by in this darkness, but two of you surely won't.
Agreed. I think we need to wait till morning, sleep on this, and deal with this tomorrow.
Are we leaving a guard up though? Like there's already been one attack.
I could take first watch if you want.
Yeah, that sounds good to Ansgar. Yeah, right
She
on.
will probably offer to do it as she can see better in the dark.
Kukui
Glass
is going
of
to take a glass and cover the heart that is smelly. And he's like, have fun, guys. I'm going to bed. Bye.
So Sir Lancelot in chat, you want to tell Kukui what she should be doing with that heart, given your heritage?
Is that allowed or is that meta?
Well, Kukui is tempted to start eating
in this
it.
very specific case, it's fun.
I was thinking about eating it.
Yes, exactly.
I was gonna let it sit there for like cooking. Like whatever I just put over it, just kind of simmer.
Maybe
and in the
it'll be
morning,
breakfast, yeah.
yeah, that was what I was thinking. I was gonna let it marinate and then see how it smelled in the morning. I was gonna ask you that. Lancelot, you and I must have similar souls.
Kukui is the. By the way, I have to tell you something. You guys can't see Lancelot, but I have to admit that the first time I saw Scribe and Nakoti, I thought I was looking at my friend Lancelot.
Poor guy.
You two are the closest thing to brothers I've seen in a long time.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Okay, so who's got the dawn watch? Who's up? Who's up when the sun's coming up?
Probably Sin.
All right, because about then, not long after sunrise, a horse-mounted traveler comes riding up to the inn. And right off the bat, you realize this is strange, because for him to be getting here at sunrise, he had to have been riding all night, because this inn is literally on a road it's a week to the nearest town in either direction, and at least a day to the nearest farm. So anyway, the guy dismounts, and he comes trotting into the inn, and Tugris is there now, because you guys are getting up and getting your breakfasts and things. The first thing he does is ask for a room, but then he starts into an explanation, and again, you guys are all in clear earshot, so he goes, I saw something mighty strange last night. I was passing the last of the farmsteads on the road north of here, and it was starting to get dark, and I was looking for a place to make camp. So I found a bit of a clearing. I even saw evidence of a not too old campfire that looked like it would do. But before I could even get off my horse, I started hearing strange slurping and hissing sounds. And I saw some shadows moving in the woods, and I've never heard a farm animal or even a wolf make sounds like that. So I decided not to wait and see what was making them. I rode out of there hard, and I didn't stop till it was full dark. And if it didn't trigger already in you, the mention of the hissing and slurping sounds makes you recall the noises that the creature last night was making before and during your fight with it. After the new arrival finishes, Tugris ponders for a few minutes, and then he comes walking over to your table. He's talking about Chuck Williamson's place, up the road toward Fabridge Crossing. Did this guy really leave one of those things loose out there? As I recall, Chuck lives there with his wife and 3 kids, or is it 4? Chuck Williamson's family has been on that homestead for 60 years. They were here before the inn was even erected. His grandfather was the first one to carve a farmstead out of the forest for these parts. There's a few generations and a bunch of relatives buried in their family plot near the farmhouse. He's got more family living in Fabridge Crossing, as I recall, too. Some brothers, I think. Somebody really ought to go up and check on him. But I can't leave without Theodric here. If something like that came down the road, I'd need to be here to defend the inn. So, you lot, you were pretty able to handle that thing last night. How about you go heading up to the Williamson place and see if everything is all right up there? There'll be another 3 free nights with meals here at the inn in it for you if you do it. If you leave now, you should get there just before sundown.
You mentioned meals.
Sim's already packing up her stuff. Sorry.
Yep, sounds good. Let's do it.
We have a bot in chat.
We've made it, guys.
Yes,
We're
do.
famous.
Whack-a-mole.
Okay. Okay. So far, all right. We're now in scene 3, by the way. Tugworth has persuaded the party to travel up the road and check on Farmer Williamson. Okay, and
How does
let's
the
see.
heart smell?
Sorry?
How does the heart smell?
Oh, pretty bad.
Pretty bad. Now, does pretty bad mean pretty bad for everyone, or does that mean pretty good for a goblin?
No, pretty bad for everyone. You'll eat anything.
I'm gonna like touch it with my knife a little bit and maybe like cut a sliver of it.
If it ever once lived, you'll eat it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna like cut a little sliver of it on the side and like nibble it just a little bit.
Do you see what Sir Lancelot is saying?
Pretty bad equals delicious. I agree. so I'm going to like take it and I'm going to try to cut it up and I'm going to like maybe save it for later to try to figure out what sort of beautiful dishes it should go best in. But I'm also going to keep a little bit of it to see if it's like changing anything about the heart, to see if it, starts moving and talking to us.
Yes, for the benefit of everybody else that's not aware, Kukwi is a variety of goblin that in the default rules for Pathfinder is referred to as an iron gut goblin. I call them foragers in Carterian, which actually sounds a lot tamer than it is. And they basically have the ability to eat anything. Well, I mean, like I say, if there's any remote possible chance that there's a scrap of nutritional value in it, Kukwi can eat it and it won't make her sick.
And let's be honest, there's a lot of nutritional value in the heart.
Kukwi is the type that would walk into a fishing village, walk up to the fisherman who is in the process of scaling and gutting all his fish, and she'd look down at the bucket full of scales and entrails and ask the fisherman, "Are you going to eat those?" So, goat goblin, somebody said, yeah.
And if he tells me I can't take them, I sneak them and I put them into my pocket anyway for later.
So anyway, you depart the inn after a quick breakfast, expecting to reach the farmstead before sunset. The trip to the farmstead is uneventful, and you leave the road on a path that Tugworth told you to look for. After a few hundred feet, you finally see a large cleared space ahead, complete with a farmhouse and some fields. And that is the cue to bring you... What am I doing? To bring you over here and drop you all. You're all going to get dropped at the bottom of the map. And yes, as soon as I get these guys set up, folks in chat, I will get the chat view set up as well, so that you can see it. Would help if I did this right. Again, I'm just bringing you over randomly. I expect you to set yourself up in an approach order or marching order or whatever you want to call it.
Aye, God.
Okay, we got that. Now let me, because I actually remembered this time, come over here. That's the problem with that, is it moves too much. They need to do something about there. This'll do. That's the important part. I'm doing a quick pan around. You see there's animals in a pen over here. There's a half-finished barn in the back. You'll hear some of the description, but that's the important part of the business right there. I can, for the moment, turn that off. Why does it keep doing that? There we go. Okay. All right, so again, after a few hundred feet, you finally see a large cleared space ahead, complete with a farmhouse and some fields. Despite the fact that the sun is just starting to go down, you do not see any lights in the house, nor do you see any smoke rising from the chimney. There are windows, but you can see from here that they have curtains hanging on the inside, and they're drawn closed. You do see that the front door is not fully closed. Beyond and behind the farmhouse, you can see a large barn structure that appears to be only partially built. In fact, it appears that part of the roof collapsed as it was being built. In a pen next to the unfinished barn, there are 4 horses grazing, 3 of which look like draft horses. The 4th is a riding horse. Just beyond, in a second attached pen, a half-dozen cattle are crowding into the corner nearest you, mooing as if they are in some distress. There are 2 wagons, each with rigging for a single draft animal, parked in front of the horse pen. Other than these animals, there is no sign of life or movement.
So Anscar is going to kind of look around. He's going to look at the rest of everybody else with him. He's going to say, what do you guys think? It's pretty quiet.
Quiet isn't always good. We need to keep our eyes open.
Well, one thing that's not quiet is the cows. And is there anybody here that has any farming experience?
I would assume that Ansgar does because he's a pastoral halfling.
I would assume that Sinviala at least knows a little bit about animals.
Right. And how unhappy would cows be if they haven't been milked in a couple of days?
Probably pretty unhappy.
He's like, yeah, that seems odd. I imagine they would have milked those cows by now. He's going to kind of look around, and then he's going to reach down, and he's going to start collecting rocks and putting them in his pack.
Sin is making sure her bow is out and ready.
And then he's going to say, he's like, all right, I guess we should see what's going on. And he's going to move towards the house, and he's going to shout out, hello, the house.
Okay, where are you when you shout?
Okay. Let's say, I got to zoom back in. Here I am. Let's say, yeah. Let's say I'm here.
Okay. So for a moment or two, nothing happens. But then the door opens. Let me get position here first. And 2 figures come slowly ambling out of the door. Let's see. From what you can see, it's not dark yet. It's still, the sun is starting to go down, but it's not down yet. From their hair and their dress and the dress they're wearing, you surmise that these are females. First of all, they look human, female, but they've got a really, really ashy gray complexion. And actually, as they slowly start to amble toward you, you realize that they each have it almost looks like chunks of skin. Missing in a few odd places. and they're not speaking. They're not really doing much of anything except, maybe grunting a little bit and slowly moving toward you.
Kukui is going to shout out. She's going to shout out and say, "Hey, your cows! They're hurting. They're loud.
Okay.
Do you want that milk? Because I'll take that milk."
And at this point, we are going to roll initiative.
No. I don't want you to hurt me. I just want your milk. Well, not your milk, your cow's milk. I just want... Oh. Kukui is going to turn to Sin and be like, "I don't think they're here for barter."
They aren't.
Man, I just keep rolling super low.
Oh, this is going to show up that way again, unfortunately. Oh, no, that showed up, right? Cool.
Why didn't mine show up? That's odd.
Did you select your token before you clicked the initiative?
Yep.
Did you hit initiative or perception?
Initiative this time.
I hit perception. Crud. There we go.
Don't need
That's
that
good.
anymore.
That's better.
Yeah.
And there we go. And I can get that out of the way. Is everybody in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sort. Did that sort? It did now. Okay. And at this point, Sinliala, what would you like? Sinliala, what would you like to do?
Trying to measure, but my screen's too small to actually measure. And I can't zoom out anymore.
You're at 65 feet right now.
Wait, you can't move what? Are you
There
using
we
a
go.
ruler?
80 foot.
That goes as far. That'll go across the whole board.
You are 80 feet away from them.
Okay, thank you. Fired the longbow at that one that I selected.
Which one? The first one?
Yes,
A red one.
the one with the pink or red background. 1 and 2. Why not? I'll do 3.
Okay, we have murder hobos here.
They're obviously not alive.
They're not
Falling
giving.
off of them.
They're not giving us milk. So clearly, the only other option is to kill them so we can have some milk.
I mean, we did read the notebook, and we know what we're worried
Yeah.
about,
Yes,
and
yes.
we know what we fought, and like,
They're
do we have
clearly
enough
not
knowledge
alive.
in the world about what zombies and ghouls are? Like, are these in our vernacular?
You've probably heard the terms. You may not have a lot of details about them, but that raises an interesting question. Would you like to see how much you know about zombies?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if you know anything about zombies. What is your Ansgar? Okay. Ooh, how about that? You actually know that, yes, those look, they're moving like zombies. And furthermore, Where are my quick notes? You are aware that where is it? Yeah, you remember hearing somewhere that some zombies, but not all, carry a kind of a disease that that if they actually take a bite out of you, you can catch this disease and it'll slowly rot your own flesh and turn you into one of them.
Yeah, that's a nope out of me, man. But it's not my turn.
I already took my turn.
Well, it's still not my turn because I rolled like crap.
Let's see, how did you do with the attacks? Let's see, you have a 26. That one was a hit. And the second one was a hit. The first one was a critical hit. I need you to roll me an extra 10-sided. Oh, that's
Isn't
there.
that
That's
the
the 9. The
deadly?
9 is there. Okay, never mind. This one is set up well. Okay. So you did 5 doubled is 10, 19 points with the first arrow. And then another
I would have
8
been down if that had hit me.
And then another 8 points with the second arrow. So you did 27 points of damage. It stutter steps for a second and then keeps moving. Jackson.
Raise my shield up. Go to about half. What shaft? Half mast, whatever, on the axe. Move forward a little bit, but I know well, see what happened with the last one. These can run and pounce. Don't want to go forward too far. Just go there. And then ready, stand ready and wait for their move, basically.
Okay.
Yes.
Kukui.
Kukui has question. So I had things from my vials. So I did not hear about morning preparations.
Oh
so,
yeah.
So can we say we did the thing that I was planning on doing that I made last night?
Yes. You already had plans made. You can do that one.
Beautiful. So yeah, I have 2 of health, acid, fire, antidote, and I'm leaving 2 for on the fly. No, 1 for on the fly because I only get 1 on the fly. That would give me 5, right? Health, acid, fire, antidote, and then 1 extra. So just speaking about the table so you can keep me honest.
Mm-hmm.
So Kukui is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And my range is 20 to lob things, right?
20 without penalty, yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, Kukui's going to take a double dash. And then she's going to lob a fire vial towards the red one.
Okay.
And let's see what happens. Alchemist fire.
And you miss.
I'm going to use one of my 2 hero points to redo that.
Okay.
Because that was bad.
All right, so people, you don't need to use a hero point. She's using one of her own.
I have some, so I use them. I always forget to use them.
That's a hit.
Yeah! Oh, things go boom! It says critical. Is it telling the truth
That
this
is
time?
a critical hit.
Yes.
So that will do 16 points of damage.
Beautiful. Kukui, after she throws it,
plus the one of splash.
Fantastic. She's going to pose as it attacks. She's going to go, yeah.
And the other one takes 1 point of splash as well. The one you hit, its clothing literally bursts into flames, and it's starting to crackle, and you can almost smell the burning, rotting flesh from here.
She's going to close her eyes and just kind of sigh and be like, oh, that beautiful smell.
And it's still walking toward you.
Ah!
The fires will die down, but they won't go out completely. But
that is my turn.
The fires will die down. Okay. The one in the back is going to, since you were so kind and moved so close, it is going to move it here to here. And it is then going to basically swing a fist at you. And a 23, I'm sure, is more than your armor class. So you get hit by this superhumanly powerful fist, which slams you for 7 hit points of blunt force trauma. And as you shield yourself, because it didn't have to move very far, as you shield yourself for a second blow, you realize that there isn't a second blow coming, and it's Ansgar's turn.
So Ansgar is going to move 30 feet over there.
30 feet is more than your move.
Oh, he's going to move 25 feet then. Which is an okay position for now.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's going to stab his greatsword into the earth, and he is going to shoot off a shot with his sling staff.
Okay.
And character sheet's popping up.
Which is your target?
The
one
the one nearest me, the one that had the most damage done to it.
So the red one.
Yeah. All right, that should have been a roll.
Yes, it did roll, and the rock sails harmlessly by unless somebody comes up with a hero point.
Screw it. I'm going to use mine. So I'm going to go ahead and re-roll that.
How did you do 0?
I have no idea. I've been rolling horribly for like the last.
Aaron saved you. You're good.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm gonna roll again.
Damage says a 0d0 on it.
Well,
that's not good. Hold on. Let me take a look at the sling staff setup.
Okay.
The damage is definitely wrong.
Yeah. It says you're rolling nothing plus nothing plus nothing.
But the attack roll, you get your dex. It's trained. You got your 5. So the attack roll is fine. So you've been failing legitimately, but I think the sling staff is a D6.
Okay, so
Cash
12,
Moon.
12 doesn't hit.
No.
Okay, then I will use a hero point to re-roll that, because gosh dang it, I want to hit something.
That's right. You didn't hit anything in training, did you?
No. I rolled 2 misses and a critical miss. So 24, does that hit?
Yes, that hits.
Ah!
As a matter of fact, that's a critical hit.
All right, so that does 8 points of damage? Is that how it works?
So that does 8 points of damage. Yep.
All right. Bonk.
Okay. And that was the red one you said, right?
That's the red one.
All right. And
that's it in my turn.
The stone slams into the creature's forehead. And it kind of stiffens and like a board, falls over backward and stops moving.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, Kukui's going to turn, like, lean over behind the blue and say, "Nice, thank you."
Oh, and that was that one. So she doesn't get to go now. Sinlalia, you're up. Sinliala. I keep saying Sinlalia.
I do it too, actually. That's one for the longbow. I'm keeping arrow near me and not even moving. So 1, 2, 3. Definitely did not hit on the third one.
Are you attacking the blue guy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to duck when I hear the arrows coming towards me and just go.
Okay, attack 1 is a hit. Attack 2 is a hit. Attack 1 is a
Attack 3
crit.
is a no.
So attack 1 is a crit, so that's 14, 16. Attack 2 does another 2, so that's 18 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
And it staggers badly, but it's not falling over. Jackson.
I just go forward. I did measure this. Up to there. Should be 35, 40 feet. And swinging with my axe, one-handed. So I've still got my... Oh no, it's an action to raise my shield.
That's good enough. And yet another head goes lopping off.
Nice.
And it is quiet in the farmyard except for the pleading moos of the cows.
Kukui is going to turn to Jackson and say, "Oh, thank you very much for cutting his head off and not mine. I'm so grateful. Will you be my friend? I've never had a friend before that stays with me, and all of my friends leave, but you actually saved me this time, so it'd be really cool if you hung around."
I kind of
Did Sinliala get hit? Because for some reason her hit points are at 12. And I don't think that's correct.
I don't think you ever got anywhere near anybody to get hit.
I don't either. So I'll just put it back at 17 or
yeah
17.
You should be at your full 17. That was probably left
That
over
might have
from when I
been
copied the sheet over from its original user.
Or from the pre-session thing.
Oh, possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
I tap Kukui on the shoulder, laugh, and say, "Sure, my name's Jackson."
Kukui, it's nice to meet you. Thank you.
Come on, shake hands. You can shake hands on screen, remember?
He's going to shake very vigorously, even though, your hand, completely engulfs hers.
Yeah. I go up to the door. I put my hand up for everyone to wait, and open the door a bit, and kind of very carefully, axe and head go round at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Well, you peer through the open door after quietly approaching, and now can see this. Well, there aren't any sounds coming from inside anymore. But what you are greeted by is a rather grisly sight. There's a kitchen table. I'm going to open up the map right now. Why didn't both of those pieces come out together the first time?
All sorts more.
What? You'll see that just inside the door there's a table. let's see. Yeah, it is a grizzly. There's two adult. Well, the adult figures aren't there. They came out to you. They were apparently eating what appears to be the corpse of a maybe a teenage child that is now lying on the table as if it were set out as dinner. And it's got big chunks of meat and, bite marks and torn out chunks of flesh, visible. The clothes are ripped out of the way. And looking beyond the table, you can see that beyond the table there's a pile of mostly bones, maybe little bits of meat still stuck to them, and a little bits of tendon and that sort of thing. But based on the size of the bones, those were little kids.
I kind of just shudder, my eyes close a bit. And so.
And the sun is going down.
I turn to the others and say, it's not nice. Very carefully, just step forward one step. So prepare yourselves. It's gruesome in here. And stay there, look around a bit more, and listen as well, just in case there's anything.
Zen will point out the fact that it's getting dark and we were attacked at night last time by the ghoul thing, the other thing. We need shelter.
Anskar is going to climb up on top of the house really quick to get a better view of the surrounding area.
Okay.
And what do I see from up here?
Not a lot. If you look off to the west/left, you'll see that there's a trail that seems to go off into the woods. Behind you, and again, if you play around if you move around the map that you have access to and not rely on the one that's showing on the thing, you can see the beginnings of the barn. You can see where there's some trees been cleared, perhaps to make room for the barn. It looks like there was construction in progress on the barn, but it also looks like from now that you're closer, you get the impression that it was rather hastily stopped. Because there's still tools lying around in there, almost as if they were dropped. There is definitely a section of the, and actually, Kukui, you've got crafting and engineering experience. You can tell from the looks of the roof that what the roof that they were building on this barn, what wasn't built quite right, and it apparently collapsed from its own weight. And it probably would have been really nasty if there was anybody underneath it.
So, what's this orange block over here?
Oh, that was the roof. Ignore that.
Okay. And these are wagons right here?
Yes, those are wagons.
Okay. This is a two-story building, I'm assuming, because there's this.
Yes, it is. It's kind of 1.5. There's like a loft space over the bedroom and storage area.
Is there a basement?
No, there is not.
Okay. So Anskar is going to kind of report on that, and he's going to come down, and he's going to say, personally, I think that we should burn the bodies and set the wagons in front of the door as a barricade. What do you guys think?
With you guys on the inside or outside? I'm curious.
Inside.
Kukui has had her head in the well this entire time, looking to see if there's anything else that's going to come out of places. And so she's gonna like try to like herself up and say, "Sounds good to me."
Though one thing that I want to check real quick is, do I find rope anywhere? Like a lot of rope. It's a farm, so I assume so. But
Yeah. In fact, there's a fair amount in the barn area where they were hauling timbers up to the roof.
Okay. So in that case, what he wants to do is he wants to make 2 like zip lines from the top of the house to like going this way and then going that way.
What are you nailing them into the thatch or?
I guess ramming a piece of wood up through the roof. I didn't realize it was a thatch roof, but there's got to be, in my mind, there's going to be some kind of, either there's some kind of structure framework that the ropes could be tied to, or we could quickly create something for the ropes to go off of. But that's his idea.
Wood from the barn going up through the roof, nailed it to one of the supports. You got a
Yeah,
post-
something like that.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a little bit of work. There's plenty of tools around, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah. Is there a bucket anywhere?
Yes, there is.
Is it clean?
In fact, there's a milk bucket near the.
Sin wants
it'll-
to milk the
actually, it'll
cows,
probably
too.
even be in the house.
Yeah.
the
I'll
things-
go
There might be some spoiled milk in it, but
wash it out and then.
Oh.
What's up?
Too late. Ruined good milk. People always doing that. Just can't help
As
themselves.
I'm about to wash it out, as you go, really? I just pass it over to Kukui. Oh, there you go. And then wash it out.
And then while we're doing that, I'm going to go grab a different chair because this one is killing me.
You're gonna grab a what?
A chair.
Ah.
In real life.
I thought you were talking about your character for a second. I was very confused.
Sin will start burning bodies, I guess.
Yeah. Inside the house, by the way, some of the furniture looks like it was just kind of, knocked out of the way. Not violently, just almost accidentally.
On through the furniture rather than around it. I bring up the question to what I know it's shelter for tonight, but considering what's gone on here, what do you do with the house?
Probably burn it too.
I was thinking that.
Burning what? I'm so sorry.
Burn the house.
After
But
we're
we're
done with
in the
shelter.
house.
Yeah,
No,
after
when we're
finished
in
with it as a shelter.
Okay.
So tomorrow.
So, Kukui is going to watch the bodies burn, though.
Uh-huh.
Very important. She wants to know how, like, the textures change, if they burn faster than other things that she's burned before. It's all for research, you see. All very important. Nothing weird about it at all. We just need to know. Is anyone helping the poor cows? They keep yelling. It's getting very loud.
Yeah, I'm milking them at the moment.
Okay, well, I hope they like you. They don't tend to like my fingers. They're a little bit too sharp. I go to milk them, and I tried it once, and apparently these things are a little pinchy, and they started screaming, and the legs started kicking, and then I got, no, not good.
We don't want red milk either.
Oh.
Yeah, so I just basically go off, milk the cows, give us some milk sustenance to go with whatever rations of we have with us.
There are horses too, yes?
The cows are very grateful, by the way.
Should we put them out as like bait or something?
It could be useful to us. The horses at
I
least.
don't think whatever might be out there is interested in cows.
No.
I think he wants to eat the people.
They survived till now, anyway.
Okay, fair point. Means more milk for us, so I suppose we should be grateful. Okay, so Kuki's going to head inside then and try to find someplace comfy-ish. She's really just looking for someplace warm. Comfort is like irrelevant, as is cleanliness. But she'll stay away from the bones.
I guess, and we'll probably
you know
light the
while you guys are
fireplace.
thinking about how you're setting up for the night, I'm going to suggest that everybody that needs one take a brief bio break.
Bio break!
I am going to take a bio break.
Yeah, we'll take one.
Bio break, people. Okay, chat peoples. We'll be back shortly.
What am I going to put on? I'm going to put on my normal be right back. That at least has music.
Mm-hmm.
If I bring up Pretzel Rocks, it'll have music.
Yeah.
Oh, Dazzler Cat would like it to be faded. It's actually, since it is Halloween, it is a boo break.
It is a boo break? Okay.
Boo break.
Okay.
It's going to be a howling good time.
We will be back in a couple minutes, folks.
Back.
Are we muted on the stream right now?
back. How are we doing out there in Chatland? Boo breaks and refills, yep. Okay, we're actually on a pretty good schedule right now, by the way, guys. We are right about at a little past the halfway point, and we're a little past the halfway point in time.
Cool.
But we should actually get this done on time, which my regular playtest group people will tell you is absolutely amazing. So.
Well, we're a pretty amazing group of people, so that makes sense. Don't worry, we have time to get off track.
So you're going to spend the night. I assume there's nothing of value on the bodies, by the way, here. Did I hear you say something about burning them, or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the body's already been burnt.
All right. Well, there's plenty of wood lying on the ground in the barn area for a funeral pyre. So we'll assume you set one up somewhere in the back there, and we'll just take them off the field. I assume you disposed of the corpses or the pieces of corpses inside the house as well?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was discussing, actually. Do we move the body pieces, or do we cremate them inside the house, along with the house?
I would have moved most of what I could find.
Yeah, remember, the house belongs to somebody who has family and relatives possibly living in town. So,
Point.
Yeah, I think that's all cleaned up now, though.
Mm-hmm.
Ansgar is also going to spend some time making sure he has just like an endless supply of like stones. He's just like every stone that he can find, he's grabbing them, putting them in buckets, and bringing them inside.
Expecting an onslaught overnight, are we?
Ansgar is,
Kind
yeah.
of.
He likes to be prepared. He's a very small guy. You know, he's a tough guy, but he's small, and it's a big world, and you know, nobody ever makes the zombies halfling sized. They always make them human or orc or half giant size, and so he's just learned to be prepared. He doesn't have the luxury of being able to just wing it.
Pukwi, however, is getting distracted by all the shinies inside the house and is cleaning up. And in the process of cleaning up, trying to look for anything that might be interesting.
Cleaning up or cleaning out?
Ha 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 ha. ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not the both of them? Yeah, she's definitely like organizing and looking for things that are like.
Pukwi is the one that's moving around and like, you know, looking in drawers and opening up cabinets and doors and all that kind of stuff. That means Kukwi is actually the one that discovers that in the bottom of the flour jar there is a sack with a bunch of coins in it.
She says nothing. She says nothing. In fact, she like stubs her toe, so she like, oh, ow, ooh, ooh, ah, and while she like is hopping up and down, hiding so she can like slip it in without anyone like paying too much attention.
I think we're all in pretty much the same area. We probably noticed.
Kukwi has a negative to the wisdom modifier. Just gonna say above table, I am playing my character.
Sin will not even say a word.
Jackson's not bothered.
There was actually a coin pouch on the belt of the teen that was on the table too, by the way. So I don't know if you bothered
Probably lifted
relieving him
that
of that.
from the body before burning it.
Okay, so how are you spending the night?
Carefully.
Where's the most warmest spot that Kukui could be?
Probably
matter if
right
it's
next to
clean.
the fireplace that Sin lit.
Are you gonna light the fire?
I recommend.
Safely, of course, but yeah.
I recommend staying upstairs, maybe in the attic, because if anything does happen, they have to come up the stairs, and we can funnel them in that way.
Yeah, and Ansgar is going to mention like we did set up those 2 zip lines as well.
Yeah.
And it's a thatch roof, so we can whoever is on watch can just like head up to the roof and look around.
Mm-hmm.
Valid point.
So I'll take the morning watch.
I guess I don't light the fire then. So, don't know what's going on with the chimney, but I doubt they're smart enough to go down the chimney.
No. We can still light the fire and get rid of what we need to
Sure.
get rid of.
The fire inside the house, not the one we used to burn the bodies.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we have the house cleaned up. We're upstairs. Do we have a watch schedule?
Who's first?
I'll go first.
Okay, you go first. How much time do goblins need to sleep?
Everybody, you need to sleep 8 hours. That 8 hours can be broken up by a watch, but you need to get 8 hours in. So with 4 of you, that actually means you're going to stand 2 hour and 40-minute watches. All right, which now gives you 10 hours and 40 minutes is enough for everybody to get 8 hours of sleep and 2 hours of 2 hours and 40 of watch time.
Hey, real quick, chat is saying that Sir Lancelot is saying he's trying to follow all of us. I'm assuming on Twitch, and can't find you, Moonflower. So, do you want to put your channel's name in the chat?
I will in just a moment. Gotta pull it up.
Cool. All right, and then I think we're good to go.
Yep.
Moonflower, that would be you, Moonflower. I am not Moonflower. I am Kukui. So Kukui is going to wake up just a little bit before her watch to spend a few minutes talking to Jackson and kind of ramble on about just about everything. And just kind of be like, oh, you are so strong out there. You are so brave. You were so woof. And then you went higher and higher. And it was awesome. And that's going to continue for 15 minutes while the watch overlaps a little bit.
I didn't nod and smile and try and get a word in and just carry a nod and smile. And thank you.
Kukui is going to imagine braiding hair.
Okay, so first watch was DM Stretch. Second watch was
Kukui.
Okay, third watch was Moon. And that means we get around to fourth watch finally. And Scribe, you're up on the roof, you said, keeping an eye. So from there you get a pretty good view of the sun coming up in the morning. It is eerily quiet around here, except for the few sounds of the horses and the cows. The woods to the east or to the west rather are very still, and you make it through the night without a problem.
Kukui snores.
Okay. All right. So at the end of my watch, I wake everybody
morning preparations.
I'm going to do my same thing: 2 health, 2 acid, 2 fire, 2 antidote, for leaving 1 on the fly.
Okay. What would you like to do now, folks?
Well, so we were sent here to check out the families, right?
Mm-hmm.
Moonflower, were you about to say something?
We should take the horses. If there's anything around, we could probably outrun them on horses.
Yeah.
Good idea. I look around for any tack, saddles, and all that stuff.
Real quick question. So what time did we leave yesterday?
You left in the morning.
Okay, it's left in the morning as well.
All
So as
right.
long as we don't take too long here, we can make it back before nightfall. Okay.
Right, but to remind you, and assuming you had a little time to think about this, you have yet to come across a couple of key figures. I mean, you found two female zombies here.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You have yet to find the 2 that were described in the Traveler's Notebook. All right, who are very specifically
There
described
must be a
as
dad.
as you know, two young adults who suffered rather nasty accidents and had the marks to show for it.
And there had to have been a dad.
And there was probably a dad. Yeah. Well, in fact, Tugrith told you that. I mean, you know, the dad.
Mhm.
There is a dad. He mentioned 3 or 4 kids. He wasn't sure.
Well, we found 4.
All right. So far, you have found 3 under adults and 2 adult females.
Mm-hmm.
And middle-aged adult females, by the way. Not like one of them is the oldest sister or. So either this guy had 2 wives or they had company over.
Oh dear.
Possibly unwitting company.
There are in fact 2 wagons out front. Remember.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 pack horses. Pack horses being the ones likely to be the ones pulling the wagons as opposed to riders.
Yeah.
Well,
So is that 3 pack horses and 1 rider?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Is there any like luggage on the wagon that would give us an idea of where they're from?
No, but inside there are packs and bags that kind of make it look like, yeah, they might have had some visitors.
So Kuki's going to go through that and she's going to organize that too. She's very big on organizing, you see. Any sign of where we should be going or where they were coming from?
No, not really. Just they look like they were planning to be a few days wherever it was they were going, though.
Okay, so I guess I take any rations or anything that seems interesting.
There were no rations in the bags or anything. They were.
I help go through the bags.
I will
It was mostly
probably...
clothing, but it was like, you know, a couple of changes of clothing. Not a lot. It's not like these people change their clothes twice a day. You know,
Traveling gear.
Probably milk the cows if they need it,
you know,
and
we're
get
talking
horses
people
ready.
who take their baths every 6 months, whether they need it or not. You know, I mean.
Yeah.
So since
Are we
it's
moving far?
milking cows,
Well, the
Either
cows
milking
need
cows or
the
getting
cows need
horses
milking
ready.
in the morning. Yeah.
so what do we want to do, guys? Where do we want to go?
Well, I
We
think
stay
that,
here?
No, I think we should head back. And I think that before we head out, maybe we could check for like tracks in the surrounding area to see if we have any leads. But I feel like we should report back.
Mm-hmm. And I check the well before we go, see if it is clean water, not contaminated at all.
Okay. Now that it's daylight, we have an Elven Ranger out there, right?
Mhm.
We do have an Elven Ranger, right? You notice that there does seem to be a lot of foot traffic coming and going on that trail that leads off into the trees to the west.
Well, I probably would suggest that we probably should check that out just so no one else is attacked.
Yep. Sounds a plan.
So I get the horses ready.
Gookwee's going to help, but it's really more of a hindrance. So she's like climbing all over the horses and like scratching the horses and smelling the horses in various places.
You managed to find one saddle, but that's it. Everything else is cart rig.
I turned to the group, so do we take the carts?
We should probably do something with the horses at least.
Yeah.
I say we can get a chain of the horses, hook up the cart, and with 2 carts and with that many horses, I feel like we can take all of them. Like there's a total of 4, right? So we say 2 horses to a cart.
Yeah, the cart rigs are designed for one horse carry. They're only
Okay.
two. It's only a 2-wheel, 1-axle cart. In fact,
Anyone
we're
know how
talking
to
a small
ride
farmer
bareback?
cart here. Yeah.
Well, we could get Cookie and I. No, your nickname is now Cookie. Cookie and I could drive the carts while the full-sized humanoids ride the horses.
What do I roll to see if like I can even do that?
What do you want to do?
Ride a horse bareback because there's only one saddle.
Oh, that's actually a separate skill from one that you have. You can talk to them. You can't necessarily ride them.
Okay.
Well, in calm circumstances, anybody can get on the back of a horse.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a better chance than most of keeping a horse calm that isn't necessarily, that may not be tending toward calm. But if anything were to spook that horse, you're taking the quick way down.
So I guess we'll just leave one of the horses. Since, I mean, like, someone could probably ride in the back of a cart. I still think horses are a good idea.
Well, if you're comfortable riding it bareback and just knowing that you need to be extra careful.
We're probably going to run into monsters. It's going to get spooked.
So Kukri will climb into the back of the cart and be all ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
I suggest whoever is riding a horse, the single horse, could scout ahead, and if need to, we could stop the wagons and go on foot.
I'd suggest Sin, speaking that she does have the wolf, can smell things, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wolf makes the horses kind of skittish, by the way.
Oh.
Keep the wolf a
Okay,
distance
Sin just
away.
goes. Sin will just walk. How about that? I'm fine with that.
Does the cat suggest tying the extra horse behind the wagon?
That would work.
Yeah.
Are you folks going back to the inn, or are you folks gonna go check out the side?
I vote going forward.
Because I know Tugrith told you about or did he? Maybe he didn't.
I don't remember. I thought it was just check out to see how these people were doing.
Well, yeah,
turns
I mean
out
that was primarily it. But did he not fully describe?
Well, I mean, we probably should go and find out what's going on and with the foot traffic. The horses can be later. On our way back to the
He
inn.
did say that, yeah. I will remind you what he was taught, what he said. He was talking about his grandfather being the first to carve a farmstead out of the forest in these parts. There's a few generations and a bunch of relatives buried in their family plot near the farmhouse.
Oh, we could go check out the graveyard, I guess.
Yeah. And especially since the traveler also mentioned the family graveyard, if you recall.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we could check it out. But then after that, like, Ansgar Schooner really want to be heading back to report.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we head over to the graveyard.
Yep.
Okay. So you get yourself ready. Everybody, you made your morning preps. Everything is ready to go, right?
Yes, and I have organized the vials, and I have also organized all of my little souvenirs from my first grand adventure. And she like pulls out little pieces of clothing that she ripped from the bag, and like a small candlestick that she took from the table. And she's like, and this will go here, and I'm going to keep it all for a beautiful scrapbook.
Again, you can arrange yourself however you like. You're on the far right-hand edge of the map.
She's going to prattle on about how she needs souvenirs from all of you, and that it's very important that she has someone to remember you by. So, like, some blood will do just fine.
Hope the only blood spilt today is enemy blood.
Okay, fine. How about some hair?
Pluck out a strand of hair. Dunk. There you go.
She tucks it away very gingerly, making no effort to be quiet as they are traveling.
Then we'll just give like a little trinket and probably some fur from Errol.
From chat, Lamsalot says
Those
loses
aren't
it
all
at
fresh
some
rolls.
point.
Those are the rolls from last time, right? Yeah.
Oh.
So what are we doing?
Let's see.
Right now, we're
You are
chatting
lining
about all of the
lining
trinkets you
yourselves
can
up.
give me.
All right, if you look at the map, you'll see there is a path through the trees. Again, the trunks are obstacles, etc. So just kind of get yourself in the right line.
Kukri would be in the center so she could talk to everyone.
All right, and I'm going to assume that you are on the alert.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Kukri is not.
Kukui is not. Okay.
Everyone else is.
All right, so that means... One. Okay. Just checking my
Kukri is telling her life story.
situations here.
Well, while we're getting set up, she's like, and then I went to this other place and they were really, really nice and they had beautiful lamps, but apparently, something, they just don't like it when their roof has a hole in it. And I don't understand why they got so upset. I told them I was going to be trying things. I guess they thought it was painting or something. They didn't expect everything to go boom, but like it went boom and then there was hole and then I was kicked out of hole. and now I am here. So I'm so grateful that you guys are friendly peoples, and I really do appreciate all of your help, and I'm so grateful to be alive. And look, I'm practicing my karate chops, and a hi-ya, and a hi-yo, and a
Careful you don't fall out of the cart seat.
I don't think we brought the cart for this thing.
Okay.
She may stumble and like, as she gets off the cart.
Ansgar has his greatsword sitting in the side seat next to him, like it was another person.
I'm pretty sure that we didn't bring the cart. I'm pretty sure we prepped those for the inn.
Oh, yeah, my bad. So he's got it like this, and he's walking with the staff. So my bad.
See, my hi-yas were just fine. What direction is your blade facing, Scribe? Up or down?
What
On your
direction
axe? Is it a double axe or is it a one like?
It's a two-sided greatsword, so it's
sword.
lying flat.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Kooky was gonna try to jump up and see how tall she could reach it, but since you're a halfling, that's probably not enough of a challenge. So she's not interested. Dazzler adding some flavor into chat. Goblin, hi-ya, and a hi-ya, and then trips on a tree root. Seems accurate.
Hiya, hello.
Indeed, I geeker, sir.
I love that reference.
I'm so glad you got it. So how about you, Synth? Why are you out here?
I honestly don't remember.
It's okay. It's been a stressful day.
Okay. So.
How about you, Jackson? Why are you here? You look like you could make lots of money and lots of big like fighting pits.
All right, so you guys are all kind of trying to maintain this movement pattern, right?
Yeah.
So let's do it this way. Let's everybody move 3 squares to the left.
1, 2, to the left. 1, 2, 3. And then I'll hop to the right.
And then oh, look at that. Okay.
So as Jackson is silent, she's going to be like, "Oh, are you one of the more of like the strong, silent sort of
Jackson,
types?"
as you were moving forward, you looked up a little to your right and off into the distance, and you could see like this bit of a clearing.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little beyond the next tree, to the right side of the path.
Yeah, I see it.
And you were kind of looking to that and through that, and you thought you saw an object darting from one tree trunk to another. Did you catch that?
Mm-hmm. I put my hand up to stop everyone and just kind of point in that direction. I think I saw something. I'm not too sure what.
Prepare for battle.
And I get my shield up.
All right. Well, at this point, let's everybody roll initiative.
Kukui's going to stop talking and then whisper, "What do you see?"
Not sure yet.
Is this the second time we rolled the same number?
I think it's the third. Could be wrong. You've been doing that a lot today. It's cool. It's okay. I just
And Scar's at the
crap.
back, so he sees nothing. He's still catching up.
All right, we still need a kukui though.
I tried.
Yeah, okay.
I need to double check. I thought I clicked my thingy, but I click it again.
And Scar, you say her name is Cookie. I think it's Kooky.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And there you have another one of my horrible rolls.
Ouch.
I don't know. Sometimes there's an advantage.
I think
You
next to
haven't
that one.
selected your token, Kook.
I selected it. I exited and then I selected
Also, it's
it again.
initiative, not perceive.
Well, maybe that's my problem.
Yes. Well, how about that? Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go.
Does the cat redeemed a hero point possibly for Scribe to try
Is that
to
for
get
Scribe
better?
to try again? Okay.
Yeah, it's clarified for Scribe.
Dazzly Cat, take another stab at it.
You got this, Scribe. We send you best of vibes. Yeah!
Hey.
Thank you, Daz. You awesome.
There we go. There we go.
Hey, you're not going last. Yay.
See, you just
Yeah.
needed someone to believe in you.
I'm also not seeing the hero points in chat, so yeah, you gotta shout them out to me.
Right.
For some reason, they don't show up on my phone.
They don't show up on my phone either. I'm on my computer.
Oh,
Yeah, they don't show up on phones.
That's so
No.
weird.
It's,
I think they try and compact things for the phones.
yeah.
I wish it was an option so I could turn it off because I want to see all the good stuff.
So okay, so you're all
Thank
kind of
you.
looking in that direction that was pointed out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Looking around.
Which means you all see the same creature trying to dart. I'm moving him slow. Well, I'm moving him slowly so you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get to behind that tree, but he doesn't even do 100% job of hiding himself behind that tree.
In Kook, we try to recall knowledge about something that might be in the trees and go like that, like maybe a monkey or something.
Oh no, it doesn't look like a monkey. It looks like it's wearing clothing. You got a better look at it this time because you were all looking at it as it made that crossing. It definitely is or was a person.
Can Kook, we make a recall knowledge check to try to figure out what the heck is going on?
Well, yeah, it's not quite done with its move yet because as it did this, it has its eyes on you and it realized that it's been completely spotted. So it is. What is it going to do on the rest of its turn? Oh. It doesn't have enough to do what it wants to do.
That's how I feel after paying rent.
Which means it's probably going to just actually move out to here and hiss and growl and look you all over like it's trying to decide, which package of meat to buy at the supermarket. And it is Kookie's turn.
Okay, so Kukui is gonna try to look at it. Kukui, how on earth is Kukui first? That's really weird. All right, Kukui, can Kukui climb? Is she a climber? Can she get up on these trees?
You can attempt to climb the trees. You don't have any innate climbing skill.
Okay, so she's probably not going to be too good at it, and she'll probably know that.
What's your athletics score?
My athletic score is suddenly Kukui is Southern. Don't ask me why. My athletics 0.
Yeah.
We ain't trying that. We ain't not trying that. No. Okay. So Kukui might not be the brightest thing, but she's no. She's just no. All right. So she's gonna move forward. 1, 2, 3, and this is something in the trees. Yes.
Yes. Well, the thing next to you right now is a tree trunk.
Yes, but this thing right here.
It's down on the ground.
Oh, it's on the ground. I thought it was in the trees.
Yeah, no, it's on the ground.
Okay, so she's gonna move forward.
It was using the
1, 2,
trunks
3.
it was trying to use the trunks for cover to get up to approach.
Yep.
But
so my question
you happen
is,
to catch it moving between them. So
I want to lob obviously something at it. I've moved, so I lob my grenade or vial thingy, but then I also want to try to hide for cover. How would I do that?
you would, on your next turn, you would duck behind the tree trunk.
Okay, so I can't like hide behind the tree trunk and just like lean forward and chuck it and go back.
You can.
You don't have to. I'm just wondering.
It gets a little shady. You want to move. You need to move to take cover. So.
Okay, so I can't. Okay. So I go here then and I lob at it. Let's do. I'm really liking acid. Acid seems to be very nice. So I'm going to lob acid at it, and then I'm going to throw a fire at it. I'm going to lob 2 of those. Acid, and then the fire.
Well, the acid hits.
The fire, not so much.
The fire, not so much.
Not so much on the fire. So sad. So sad. She like her face gets all excited as it goes off, and she's like all excited for the boom, and then the boom happens, and then she realizes nothing's on fire, and she just kind of goes, "Oh."
And Scar.
There we go. I am not muted anymore. So Anscar, let me zoom back in, is going to, let's see.
Aegon TV says, "Go for it. Live dangerously." What are we talking about here? Don't let the man get you down.
I think "Don't let the man get
fire...
you down" is about the like.
Mine Chef Canary says, "Well, they are in a forest. I imagine the fire hits something."
Wet
and
the grass.
Kukui does get excited. I'm like, well, and she looks down and goes, "Oh." She has a little sparkle in her eyes as she sees the flames just eating away at the grass and tinderling at the bottom. She's like, "Okay, there's a little something."
Anscar is going to move there, and he's going to.
That's true. You did do splash damage with the fire.
He's going to take 2 shots with his halfling sling staff. All right.
Did you really roll a 1?
Did I do that again? Oh my god.
Yes, you did.
So a 13 and a 1. So none of those hit.
Yeah, there you go. Dazzly Cats was saving you.
Oh my god.
They were both misses, yeah.
All right, I'm going to re-roll the 1. Just insane. I just don't understand how I can roll this bad so consistently. Thanks, guys.
You are rolling a d20, right? Yes. Okay, you are. Yeah.
There's a -5 on that one.
Because it was a second attack.
Mm-hmm.
No. Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah. Plus 5 from his strength, from his strength and training.
Oh,
and then -5 from his for the second attack.
As you miss again, Kukui's going to turn to you and say, "I admire your consistency."
Yeah, you know.
So two rocks sail harmlessly past it.
Yep, that's the end of my turn.
Warning shots.
Okay. And
They're so kind.
that allows. Oh yeah, it was good at that. It did that well. Okay. While you guys were busy focusing on that guy, you never had a chance to see.
Crud.
This guy take a few steps, and then take his. Oh, there's a tree trunk there, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
That means Jackson isn't the one that's going to get hit. That means.
Yep.
Yep. After taking a few steps and then flying through the air, this guy attempts to grab you big time with its claws. Let's see, Anscar went. Yeah, that's this guy moving now.
Oh, crud.
I assume a 24 is a hit, right? That is 4 points of damage as the claws rake your skin. And may I have a fortitude save, please? Ooh,
you mean not.
your
You
strong
mean
point.
not. Because Dazzlecat has told you to re-roll.
Okay.
It's gotta be better, isn't it?
Monster reroll. Hold on, Dazzly Cat wanted a monster reroll. Okay, the monster rerolls. Gets a 21, which is still a hit. It's only 3 points of damage this time, though.
Well, we appreciate the attempt at support, Dazzlecat.
Now, does somebody want her to reroll the fortitude save? Otherwise, she's going to be feeling awful stiff.
Sable is in for the help.
There we go. Sable to the rescue.
Because Sable knows how this is. She knows how it feels.
So you like Anscar before you last night, feel this wave of icy stiffness surge through your joints, and then it eases up. Okay, I think, but everybody out in chat, I think we found the secret to ghoul paralysis. It's have a whole team of people watching that keep throwing rerolls at you.
Yep.
That would have been too paralyzed we would have had by now.
Ouch.
We got a good team around us.
Sinliala, your turn.
Short sword drawn after bow dropped, I guess. And then 24. And directing arrow to attack this dude.
Okay. So
That
Errol
is my
move
turn.
there and attack once with the draw. 15 is not enough.
Dazzlecat has redeemed another hero point, but I'm not sure for what. For Errol.
Exact same roll.
It was the universe demanding it.
That's fate saying no. All right, what are you doing with your other 2 pieces of turn?
What do you mean? I did the short sword.
Oh, did you? Oh,
I
yes, you
drew
did.
the short sword.
Oh, I didn't see the short sword. Yes, you attacked with the short sword, and that was a hit.
Mm-hmm. Isn't drawing a weapon something?
Yes, it is. So yeah,
I drew the
that's
short
your
sword,
3.
didn't I?
Yep, so that's your
Yeah.
3. You're right. Because you had to drop your bow. You had your bow ready, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Jackson, you're up.
Okay, I'm not happy at this. DM question, or GM question.
Yes.
Can I strike with the butt of the axe, the actual stick? How do I do that? Or do you just want me to hit 3 times?
It would be an improvised weapon. You'd take a -2. and it would
Okay.
and it would do bludgeoning damage instead of in this case.
Yeah. No, I'll just hit 3 times from the axe. But first time would be down to the legs.
Yeah, this
Up
this
to the-
this thing, by the way, is making the same slithery slathery sounds that that the one from behind the inn was making.
Right. Yeah. First one's at the back of the knee. Second strike to the jaw, and third one hopefully come down on the neck. So 19. Oh, nice.
That 24 is there a 20 in there? Yes, there is. So that's a crit.
Yep. So
Alright,
19.
The 12. The
24.
12 is a miss. The question is, do you need it?
Yeah.
12 and 16 is 28, and the answer is no.
So I'd say first one was the back of the knee. Then as I come up,
Well,
to
your
the
first two
Skin straight
were
throat.
enough to kill it. So
Yeah.
you didn't need to take the third one.
yeah, just
But you can if you want to.
again, just split the heads in two vertically.
Okay. All right. So
That's
you mutilate the corpse with the third attack. Okay.
Pretty much. That's my go
Okay.
over, I think, isn't it?
This guy. Is going to run to there, attacking and spar. Again, you look like the meteor dinner. Definitely healthier looking than the green skinned gangly goblin.
And very stringy. I also have a lot of hair. Not very tasty.
This is Ghoul 2. So we don't need that one anymore. Come on. I do need that one. And he's going to take a claw attack first and miss. But that was a precursor to him reaching in with his jaws to take a bite. And that's not correct because it's a second attack. Hold on. That's better.
Ooh, monster reroll.
Master reroll. Okay, we'll reroll the draws. There it is. It's still hit. I think no, wait, your armor class is what now?
18.
18. So that is a miss.
That is a miss. Thank you very much, chat. There we go.
Dazzler Cat can't make you hit better, but they can at least make you dodge better.
Go ahead, Kook.
All right, let's do this. I am going to be like, why are you attacking my new friend? They don't usually stay very long. I want them to stay longer and you're not helping. And I go and I'm going to take my dagger out. So, because if I do it, I can draw my dagger. So I moved and then I draw a dagger and I'm flanking so I can go stabby. Yes.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I go down to here, dagger, and attack.
And now that he is flanked, that will be enough for a hit.
I'm going to try to like jab it. Like I'm going to take it down a little bit like this to try to give like all the force of like the weight and everything. And because I'm like kind of close to like maybe his hip or something, I'm going to try to go right for the gut and just go.
Are you slashing or stabbing?
I'm going to stab.
Okay. The other thing, just for future reference,
Do I need to slash instead? I can slash.
No, no. I'm saying just for future reference. You've been hitting the little thing, like in that case, you hit the thing that says T+7 Agile
Okay.
to make that button, to make that roll happen, right?
Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, if you hit the button that actually says dagger, it'll roll both the damage, the attack, and the damage at the same time. If you look like everybody else has been doing.
Okay.
I mean, you can do it. You can do it either way. It doesn't matter. It's up to you.
Okay. Well, I don't like that attack at the beginning, but can I keep the first attack and just keep the damage at the bottom?
You can keep the attack. So just roll the damage right now. Or did you re-roll or?
I re-rolled clicking the thingy you just told me to.
No, yeah, you will keep the first attack number. No problem.
Perfect. I do that in future. I'm so sorry.
So 3 points.
You do not chase away my friends.
And Scar, you're up.
So how does flanking and Pathfinder work again?
It is flanked right now to you.
So what does that mean for me?
It means it has two. It is what is called flat-footed, which means it loses 2 points of its armor class.
Okay. So I'm going to drop my sling staff, and I'm going to grab my greatsword, and I'm going to attack. So I think drop is a free.
Yes.
Equip the greatsword is an action, and then I get 2 attacks.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. This is number 1 and number 2. And God help me. Let us see what those rolls are.
Okay, number 1 is a critical hit.
Oh, these aren't so bad. Yay! There we go.
See, all you needed to do was ask for,
Right.
the dungeon master's
And it was
help.
a critical hit because of the flanking. So that would be 22, and another 12 would be 34 points of damage. Yeah, you took its head off.
Yeah, there we go.
As the head goes flying off, Kukui's going to look at it and go, woo! And try to compare how far it flew. And now she's going to start a competition.
With who?
Just in the future, she's going to try to figure out who can lob heads the furthest.
Okay, looking over the 2 corpses, you discover a few things. First of all, these both appear to have been in life middle-aged men, and they kind of have resembling features. Not, they're like brothers maybe. If you catch the drift, neither one. First of all, neither one was a young kid, a la the Traveler's Notebook, and neither one, although they both certainly have some slash and bite marks on them, neither one of them has the severe wounds that the Traveler mentioned. The original 2 were buried with.
Man, this guy was prolific.
So this is probably the father and the grandfather, I imagine.
Father and uncle, probably.
Or the brother, or the father's 2 brothers that were mentioned. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Kukui's ransacking the body for goods.
Yep. Coins, and that's about it. I believe. Let me confirm that.
Any fun little knickknack, like a nice fancy belt?
Actually, there is a fun little knickknack. One of the brothers actually had a dagger tucked into his belt. A weapon.
This one has a dagger in his back.
The creature didn't care. It didn't have any use for that. It had claws that were just as effective as the dagger. So, but apparently in life he had a dagger tucked into his belt, and attached to that dagger there is a there is a device or a thing. It is a crystal of some sort of not we're not talking diamond, we're talking some semi-precious stone that seems to be set in a Well, I'm losing the ability to read here. Yeah, it's in a very simple setting, and that setting is attached to a chain, a thin chain, and that chain has been used to wrap and affix the crystal to the hilt of the dagger right at the crosspiece. So, I mean, whatever this thing is. Oh, and it's glowing faintly blue, by the way, visibly, without any kind of detect magic, or it's just visibly glowing faintly blue.
Yeah, that will be useful.
Kukui's gonna look at it dismissively and then go, "Oh," and she's gonna like grab it, and then she's going to give it to Sin and be like, "This matches your eyes."
Thank you. Sin will take it.
Do any of you have the ability to detect magic? None of you have
No.
the spell.
Nope.
Oh, that's interesting.
I have a 7 in Arcana.
That seems
Which might
pretty
be good.
high.
Which might actually help. Hold on.
That's near legendary, right?
No, not in this game. Seven is the good starting score.
Oh, I was looking at the character sheet under proficiency. It says like 2 is expert.
It's actually 2 plus your level,
Okay.
and then 4 plus your level for expert. So, for example, Isong is Kukui is an expert crafter, which is why you get +9s on your crafting. But for now, you're going to do a recall Arcana.
Should I roll for Arcana, or are you doing that for me?
I'm doing it.
Oh no, because it's recall. You do that.
Nope, you're not sure what it is.
It looks very much like it would look very nice in your outfit.
But it
and so here you
looks
go.
Important.
I am told that amongst the humanoids, giving gifts is a way to keep friends longer. So please stay.
Who knows? Somebody at the inn might know what it is. So.
The banners were called, and the knights followed Arthur's victory, for he knew no other outcome.
All right, so you've done with the looting.
Yep.
You proceed on down the road on this trail a little farther, not too much farther, until you reach a clearing. And in the clearing,
The Viking age was coming to an end, and King Arthur ensured that before declared Dwarfic years after, they were in awe at the sight of a man who should be elderly. King Arthur is a proud man, but not one subject to vanity. However, your counsel is wise.
you see, first of all, you see a whole bunch of simple stones. Actually, I have a script bit to read here. Oh, wow, we got a chance of making this on time tonight, folks. It might be perfectly timed, in fact. You continue a bit farther down the trail, which enters into a large clearing. There are a few neat rows of stone markers in this clearing, each etched with a name and a date. The area appears well tended, but you aren't focused on the planting around the stones. Instead, your attention is fixed on the lone figure standing at the far end of the clearing, next to what look like 2 relatively fresh dug holes. It's just standing there, but you can see from a distance that this creature suffered some sort of grievous injury at one time.
Anything look like it's rotting in a way that is like
Oh yeah,
delicious?
yeah. He definitely looks like he belongs in the bottom of one of the holes.
Fantastic. I take a look. I look for the spots that look a little bit more intriguing in textural sort of ways, and I slice off a few slivers. I put him in the pocket next to the sausage.
Wait. What are you slicing off?
You say that he looks in front of you and he's like got some interesting textures to his muscle composition,
Well,
right?
which one are we? Who are we talking about? Are we talking about the guy
Map
that's
has
across the
changed.
field right now, or
Oh, sorry, I forgot to look at map to see how far away he was.
ah? Oh no, he's not dead. He's standing there,
Oh, never mind. I thought it was a corpse on the ground, and I was like, I need dinner.
and in fact he does slowly turn toward you. So we need to immediately clear this, and we need to immediately. Come on. Okay. All right, if you guys could roll initiatives, please.
Nice. 25 for me.
Wow. You actually rolled a 20.
There we go. I just used up my good rolling luck.
We are so proud of you.
Kukui, did you forget to select your token?
Kukui was busy talking to you about her life story, probably for the second time, with some repeated and perhaps embellished things, also known as yes.
Same score.
Okay. So Jackson is up first.
Just gonna see how far that is.
Oh, we have a hero point from Erin. I don't know why. We have a hero point. So maybe Erin can tell us what we're re-rolling.
Yeah, what are we
Hopefully-
re-rolling?
Hopefully we're not trying to make Scribe of Nikoti have to roll that again. That would be an interesting turn of events. Maybe this one's just a
Aaron,
tradition.
what are we re-rolling?
Oh, for Sin's initiative.
For Sin's initiative.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for not making Scribe test his luck. It will be naturally tested.
Just slightly
I'll
better.
go there and raise my shield.
Okay.
Kukui is going to have gotten the sense that things are kind of iffy, and she's going to bare her teeth and go, Staple says, "Are you kidding?" I'm sure he'd never have forgiven us.
You gonna just stay there,
Sin
Cookie?
didn't pick
Or...
up her longbow, by the way.
Oh, so sorry. I didn't realize it was my turn.
Yes, it's your turn.
So she's going to go like this, and she's going to pose, and then she's going to look over at Sid and just be like, hey, this looks cool, right? Cool, awesome. And then she's going to move after perfecting her pose. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. What's in the middle of the field?
What do you mean? It's grass. All those white things are gravestones.
Okay.
They are,
Yes, yeah.
because you asked, hold on. Where's my description of the stones? The grave markers are made of stone, but they're not particularly well anchored. They could probably be knocked down with minimal effort. Like if you got shoved into one, it'll probably just fall over.
Okay, so I have moved twice, And then I would like to hide behind the gravestone.
Okay, yeah, you again, like the vegetation in the field. You and Anscar could probably use them for cover, for pretty good cover. But the full heighted people would have a little trouble crouching behind them.
Yeah, I crouch, and then I turn around and I go to the other people. You got this. That's my turn.
Okay, Ansgar. Nope. So Mineshaft Canary, Leroy Jenkins. Leroy Jenkins.
So, what I'm going to do is, I know that's absolutely the wrong thing for me to grab. So, actually, I'm going to move up to. I'll move up in a straight line for now. And I'm going to shoot my sling staff. He's going to swing it over his head, and because he's wanting to maintain that distance as much as possible at this point. And he's going to shoot. So I move forward, and then
that has a really long range, doesn't it?
Then 2. I don't actually see the range on this, so I assume
50 feet.
it says 80 feet.
Or 80 feet,
It
rather.
says 80
Yes,
feet.
that's an 80, yes.
And that's 90 feet away.
I know. So you can shoot it. You in this case you'd just roll the 16, and actually a 16. Or well, that was the second attack. The first attack misses, but the second attack hits.
Okay.
So
Cool. I'll take that. I'm totally fine with that. And then he's just he's going to be on guard with his staff, ready to go. And that's the end of my turn.
okay. What is your okay? You're easy. You're not. Okay.
Daz in chat would like it to be known that Sin is the pincushion maker.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't worry, I find more pins for you. And like when we're not in combat, Kooky will like go find bones and like sharpen them for you. And then she'll like try tipping them with different types of acid and fire sorts of things and be like, here you go.
Okay.
For sure Sid would love that.
Okay. Very, very, very suddenly. Before you have a chance to react, I should say. Come on. This guy appears from behind the trees. And does his flying leap attack and attempts to sink his teeth into you.
Again?
This would be on come on, where are my sheets?
Ankar is tasty.
Apparently.
Kukui's
Apparently
gonna
they
kind of like
don't like
cock
the
her head
taste.
and be like, I didn't expect that. You didn't look tasty. Now, what were you saying? I'm so sorry, Jackson.
Sure. Apparently they don't like the taste of shield.
But he missed. And he's done.
Can you, Mr. God person, can you move the turn order thingy because it's blocking some of the tokens for the Twitch streamers, peoples?
Oh,
You can
actually,
do
are the
that.
streamers able to see what's going on? Yes, they are able to see what's going on. Okay.
Oh, Never
Yes,
mind.
I can move that.
And the
Ah,
Dazzler Cat would also like to redeem the hit points for the monster. The hero points, sorry. We want him to have less hit points, but we probably need to attack him first.
Yeah. Or maybe Daz wants the monster to hit me.
apparently because it missed.
you want the monster to re-roll? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, apparently wants more action.
Well, hold on. Let's let him confirm.
Monster
A
re-roll.
monster reroll.
All right.
It's
there we go.
confirmed.
Okay, we will try
Need
the
to balance
draws.
out all of the help you've
We
been
will try the
getting.
draws one, and it's a critical hit.
Oh my god. Okay. Screw me. All right. Cool.
So that will be 14 points of damage, and may I have
Jazz says, oops.
fortitude roll, please? A fortitude save. Daz the cat says, oops.
Oops, my ass. All right. Fortitude. And so I am now at 6 hit points.
Okay, and you are not paralyzed, though.
What did I roll? A 10? Okay.
Amazingly, you're not paralyzed.
Well, that's good.
Does look at is hiding with the kukui behind a gravestone.
Yeah. You know what? As long as he's having fun, right? That's what this is about.
See, but Aradia would now like to redeem the hero point. I wonder
Oh.
if he's going to make a scribe re-roll that.
Roll monster again.
Okay, and this is the last reroll on the monster, though. We set a 2 reroll limit. This will be it.
Oh.
Yep,
And
that doesn't hit.
And we're back to a miss.
All right, cool. Yeah, there we go.
Table.
So Anscar has like this weird moment where it lunges at him and he like sees it anime style like land the hit, but then he pops back and he's like, oh.
And
my.
it comes away with a mouthful of hide armor, and that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. No neat. Yeah. No. Cool.
Okay, and don't forget, Scribe. Send the check to Sable at Sable. Include your address so he knows where to send the check.
Absolutely. Let me know where to make the drop off. Yeah.
Okay, Sinliala.
Didn't the other one need to go? I'm confused.
Nope. That was the zombie's turn. Oh, I'm sorry. No, the zombie didn't go yet. That's right. I already started to move up on the zombie when we got reset there. The zombie, seeing all of this fresh meat moving around, even though he wasn't sure what he was doing before, he has an idea now, and he's going to head for the nearest piece of fresh meat. Which is going to get him right to there. But that's all it does, is gets him right to there.
No, it's my turn now, I believe.
Yeah, hold on. Wait. No, not quite. It'll be Jax's turn in a minute. Oh, yeah, it will. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it is your turn.
Sin
Yes.
first.
It is Sin's turn now. Yes.
Okay, she's gonna 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 35. Okay. Come on, let me move.
You can't stop there. There's a tree trunk there.
I know. Gonna stop right there, though.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, short sword.
That's a hit.
And directing arrow to attack this dude. Not the thing I pinged on accident, but okay. An arrow to the jaw. Ooh.
But misses badly. Yes.
Yes.
Wait.
But
here come the
isn't he
rolls. Here we
surrounded
go.
now?
There's Dazzly Cat. Go ahead. Reroll the draw.
I think it's surrounded now.
Yep, it is
Yep.
flanked, and that will be a hit. So that's 7 more piercing points.
And now it's
being beat up,
Jackson's turn.
but it's not dead yet. Okay, so now,
Okay, so who's going now?
It's my turn.
Okay.
I will.
okay,
Sorry, I thought.
Jackson.
I'm going to put my shield up against the enemy and going sideways with my axe.
Okay. And that will be a hit.
Ooh. And another one.
And that will be a hit. That may be enough. Hold on. Because one of the things you find with these guys, this is the first time anybody's actually really. Oh, you hit it 3 times. You basically made mincemeat out of it, because one of the things that you guys have been so busy like sticking them with arrows and things like that you're suddenly realizing that slashing weapons seem to do an awful lot of damage against, or at least a lot more relative damage against these undead things than something piercing does. Maybe that has something to do with, there's no bleeding from a piercing weapon, but you just managed to do
I at least was not in
14,
biting range.
25. Yeah, it's dead.
There we go.
I at least wasn't in biting range.
Yep, so he's dead. You wiped him out.
I imagine ran the shield up against the jaw and then just 1, 2, 3 straight through the head.
Yeah, with the third one probably took his head off. Yeah.
Another
Kukui's
going
going to-
contest.
Yeah, Kukui's gonna go like try to measure that out.
Kukui,
And like,
you're
like
up.
Kukui is mentally measuring how far that went and like comparing whether or not that was closer or like further away than the last one. As they go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oof. Everyone's not going to like me, but that's going to do it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And then I'm going to fling. Does everything give splash damage or just the acid?
The acid does, the fire does, the cold does.
So everything. Sorry, people. And I'm going to lob another acid at it. Let me click for that. Acid, acid, acid. Here we go.
That's your last acid, isn't it? Yeah, that's a
Yep,
hit.
that's my last one.
But that is a hit.
for 1 damage.
So, well, 1 damage, actually 2, because it gets the splash damage too. But everybody else around takes 1 point, so that's 1 point for Errol, 1 point for Sinliala, and 1 point for.
It only stings for a second, I
Ansgar.
promise.
Okay. Anything else with your turn?
And now it is Ansgar's turn. Well, is that? Let's see. You drew. You moved. You drew, and you fired. So you're done.
Okay. So I'm going to drop my sling staff. I'm going to pull out the great sword, and I'm going to try and swing in a chopping motion to get its neck in between my sword and the tree that we're standing next to. So that's going to be 2 great sword swings. 1 and 2.
All right. Well, let's start with the first one. 13 is enough. The first one takes its head off.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. And it was flanked too, right?
Yay, but
Yes.
there's probably one more around here unless that other one had a grievous wound.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was flanked, so you actually did double damage on that. You didn't need to, but
Well, there we go. All right.
okay. You'll notice
the
I'm not.
ghoul
But
we
you'll
just
notice I'm not
killed have-
taking you out of turn order yet.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
Ansgar, what would you like to do with your third piece, your third action?
I'm going to maybe roll perception to see if there's anybody else in the area. Does that work?
Yeah, you need to tell me where you're looking.
Well, I'm going to be looking at the trees. Tree
Yeah, but
line.
which trees? There's trees all around you. There's trees close to you. There's trees across the field.
I'm going to check the trees closest to me.
Okay. Let me roll for you. No, it's my roll because
Oh, okay.
you can't know whether you fail or not.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, Dazzlecat is still hiding behind the gravestones and
But
possibly
you
eating
know-
popcorn.
Yes, but you see nothing in the immediate area.
Okay. Cool. That's the end of my turn.
Sinliala.
Going to wait. Okay, I have to measure this out. There. Okay. Over here, acting arrow to get to the center of the freaking field. And holding my action with my bow ready. Or whatever. Wait, I'm going to sheath the short sword and draw the bow.
Okay.
I think that works.
Okay, so you guys are all, I assume you guys are all kind of looking around in all directions between you here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm paying attention to where those open graves are
we will
and
assume
just
that. Okay.
beyond.
All right. So you're looking at the open graves, but I assume somebody is looking in the direction that matters when they see.
I mean, even Kukui's paying attention this time.
Oh, crud.
When they see something attempting to dart behind a tree back here, but doesn't quite matter, you know. You catch the motion and don't
Yeah.
quite lose sight of it. Let's say I want to make sure it's still kind of in your line of sight. So. And it is Jackson's turn.
One, two, three. I'll move to there. And recommend sort of grouping up. And I'll sit there with, bring my shield up and just sit there ready for anything.
Okay. Kukui.
Kukui is gonna keep her eyes towards the thing that was moving. Go behind this gravestone and take cover.
Okay, so you're going to attempt to duck.
Um,
Can you roll your? Give me your stealth roll, please.
Stealth roll? Absolutely.
Okay. Would anybody like her to roll that again?
So walking very gingerly. Yeah, I bump into Daz actually when I go to hide behind the gravestone, and there's somebody already there who's kind of quivering.
Kukui, your former self is trying to save you.
But Sir Lamsalot has offered me the chance to kick Daz out of the picture.
You may
So let
roll
me
again. Your stealth.
Stealth. How'd I do
Ooh.
that time? I go to hide against the gravestone, and in an effort to be
And you
extra
knock
like
it
next
over,
to it,
yeah.
I knock it over.
Oh, we got 2 more hero points.
I am okay with knocking it over. By
You
the
get
way.
one more. You get one more shot. We allow 2 rerolls. So.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 people redeemed to try to save you this time. So.
It's very much.
That'll do.
Nice.
There we go. There we go.
Okay. It like topples over, and she grabs it really quickly. And then she like talks to the person who's on the ground and says,
If you keep rolling often enough, things will work, right?
Right.
And Scar, you're up.
So Ansgar is going to he's going to pick up his quarterstaff. He is going to move right here. So I will go ahead and move him there now. And then he is going to shoot at the ghoul. And let me open up my character sheet again.
So,
And I'm shooting.
That is a hit.
And I hit. Go bonk.
All right, and now that you got this one's attention, you can even from this distance, you can see that this one appears to have a very deep gash in its shoulder. That you know, it almost looks like the shoulder is starting to peel off from the rest of the chest. You know.
Okay.
nice.
Doesn't seem to be impeding its movement any, but.
1, 2, and 3.
Okay, 1 is a hit, 2 and 3 are misses. So 4 points of damage.
3's the pin cushion now.
Yep, yeah, there's a few in the tree, yeah. And since it has been spotted, it doesn't have much choice, does it?
Yep.
Well, let's see. How much distance has it got to cover? Ooh. Just out of range. Just out of range.
Just out of range of something. Probably the jump.
What is it going to do then? It is going to... I guess...
Sir Lamsalot would like it to die again.
It's going to attempt to hide behind this tree, all right? But there's enough of you in enough directions to make it impossible for him to actually become hidden. He has cover, but but you know where he is. He's not quite sure what to be doing here. Jackson, you're up.
He's take all my actions to get into him.
Yeah, that was the problem. You were 55 feet away from him
Yeah.
before he moved.
Honest, that wasn't planned. We're going to go to there, which leaves 45 feet, and raise my shield.
Okay. Kook.
All right. We need to very, very, very careful. So, how do I get there? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
That's 45.
I had to navigate around one of the headstones. So it added an extra 5 feet when I did that. But I would love to have been able to move one further because now this guy is just a little bit too far away for me to swing without penalty. I don't care.
Yeah, but you
I do it
you
anyway.
could have gotten to here.
Yeah? He's still too far though, right? He's still at 25 and my vial
That
is
is
20.
correct, yeah.
So I'll stick with what I was originally going to do because he's still 25.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to lob something anyway. I'm going to try to... No, because I only have one more fire left.
You only have one more fire, and he's going to get a fair amount of cover from the 2 tree trunks that are in the way.
Yeah,
right
and
now.
I'm next to a tree trunk, so I guess I take cover again. So
Yeah.
more cover.
Yep. And Scar.
So Anskar is going to move up to here. So he's kind of behind cover potentially, though it doesn't seem like they've been doing any ranged attacks. And he is going to, I think, shoot twice with his sling staff because he is enjoying that thing.
19 is a hit even with the partial cover. 3 is a miss.
Okay.
So 7 points of damage.
And that's the end of his turn. He's just whipping these stones out.
Sinliala.
Move and then longbow 1 and 2.
Okay, longbow 1 is a hit. Even with the cover. Longbow 2 is a miss. The first one did 8 points, and that's enough to kill it.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, now examining the bodies of the 3 creatures you just killed. The zombie critter that was in the middle of the field, he has the collapsed or caved-in chest that seems to match the description of the Traveler's Notebook. And the ghoul that you just killed seems to have the other injury. Looking at them more carefully, they do both appear to be young adult, high teenager, young adult type ages. So it looks like you at least found the 2. You found patient 0 and patient 1, shall we say? And tallying everything up in your heads, is there anybody there with some intelligence?
Ask about character or player.
You've between the bodies that you found, there are a few other bodies lying in this field, by the way, that were chewed and eaten that apparently didn't get up.
I am actually very intelligent.
There's no 100% guarantee that you come back, But it appears that you've accounted for the farmer, his wife, his 2 almost adult sons, his 2 other kids, his 2 brothers, their wives, and 3 or 4 of their kids. I think it was 3 of their kids, which is about the right count as that Tugrith ticked off, listed off.
Boys, I think
there's
we
more
found the
relatives
family.
he wasn't sure about.
All right.
Yeah, we go back, get the carts, go
I loot the
anywhere
bodies.
else.
Should we
I
build a-
loot the bodies.
That
Okay,
too.
yeah, you clear out the bodies.
Can we loot the graves? How much time do we have?
What, you
All right,
gonna loot all the
let's
graves?
let's go back.
You're gonna desecrate the family graveyard? Okay.
No.
Kukui
I-
goes to start doing that, and then hears synth and everyone object, and then just rearranges the headstone so it's slightly more upright. Pats
What
it
you
twice
do
and
what
then
you do find
strike.
though, as you're looking around the holes, that were dug, and again it was the traveler that dug them up. You'll recall. You do see glimmering in the light a dagger. And this dagger has some sort of rune carved on the blade near the hilt.
I guess Sin will pick it up since she has the other dagger. Probably hand it off to someone.
I'm sure
but-
somebody's going to pick it up.
If Sin doesn't, I would.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
again, runes are very important in this game. They're how you put magic on weapons. So, yeah, if you find a dagger, if you find any kind of weapon with a rune, we didn't talk about that as one of the game mechanic things because it wasn't going to have any immediate application. But if we do ever decide to go forward, that will be one of the things we talk about is how rune magic works in Pathfinder. But yes, suffice it to say, you want the dagger, and you want the few coins that a few of the, the 2 that were buried don't have any coins on them, but anybody else that wasn't, that wasn't prepared for being put in the ground, over the course of this whole thing, it did have some sort of coins or belt pouches, or again, some of them still had a dagger on their belt, that sort of thing. So we have gotten to the point where we can say with the completion of the graveyard encounter, you hope the undead threat to the area has been eradicated. Examining the corpses of the creatures defeated here, you find the evidence of the wounds that the unfortunate traveler had written about in his journal. The crushed chest and the deep shoulder gash that killed the 2 young sons of Farmer Williamson. At least the sources of these undead plagues have been eradicated. However you manage to get back to the Bugbear's Head Inn, you get back.
We go on cart, and Kukui is standing on the back of the cart, and as we enter into the city, she is posing heroically. She is,
Okay.
of course, too short for most people to
So
see.
just a couple of quick questions to figure out if there's any bonus awards or not, or penalties. What did you do with the bodies?
Burn them.
Today's
Recommend
bodies.
burning all of them.
We know you burned yesterday's. What did you do with today's bodies? You burned them too?
Burn them.
Burned
Okay.
and then put them back in the family grave.
Okay. Oh, even better. Perfect.
Mhm.
I might have tasted a little bit of the dislocated shoulder first to see how it compared to the heart. I'm trying to figure out how much this disease changes the taste of things.
Okay. Now, what did you do with the horses and the cows?
Well,
Brought
take
them
them
back
with us.
Yeah, I brought them back into town.
Keep the horses and cows.
Yeah,
to
we're
be,
cattle
decent
drivers
income.
now, apparently.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it is good that you did that simply because leaving them penned up they would have eventually starved to death or whatever if nobody came back to the farm.
Hmm.
So if nothing else, when you bring them back to the inn, and when very shortly Theodric gets back from the trip that he was on, he will thank you for having done that. Theodric knows of other relatives of the Williamsons that would probably be the ones who stand to legally inherit the stuff.
By the way, we probably buried the corpses from
he
yesterday
will
after
tend-
the.
he can certainly handle the horses in his stable at the inn until then, and the cows. Agilbert reluctantly agrees that he can stake the cows out in the backyard as long as they don't get anywhere near his prized vegetables. At least until somebody, until the right people can come and take care of them. But that way, at least they'll be tended. So that's a good thing. This is all good stuff.
I offer to help
Bury
him
the
build
corpses from yesterday, or bones, or whatever's left. Bury them in the family graveyard.
Yeah, I figured that way. I figured if you're putting some of them in the family graveyard, you're putting them all in. You may not be able to put them, they don't necessarily all get markers or whatever, but at least they're in the graveyard. Yeah.
My character would like to help the innkeeper build a much stronger enclosure to house the cows in.
Okay, well, he doesn't plan on keeping the cows.
Yeah.
But
while they're around, anyway.
While they're around, well, he'll need to put some sort of fence around them. So
an axe could help.
So you'll spend a few days doing that. Okay, remember they promised you have 3 days room and board coming free. With breakfast and dinner included. So
Bukui is going to organize her shelf full of trinkets. And put all the little pieces there, but she's not going to put anything that might be questionable. But she's going to put the candles. I was going to say
actually remember when you first moved into when you first settled in, you guys were in the common room. The place where they put eight random people off the road. There's a bed. There's a mattress there. Go. When you return. You notice Tugrith seems to treat you a little bit differently because now you're a group. You've worked as a team, and these guys have worked with you. You knew this. Those of you who are local, at least, which means Anscar. No, you're not local. It's the other halfling that you're not is local. But you've heard rumors that this inn has always been. A gathering place and meeting place for adventurers or whatever. And in fact, those cabins in the back are actually relatively cheap, and the main people who use them are adventuring groups like you guys. So it's actually an adventuring group that Tugrith offers you for the 3 days. All right, so you actually have your own cabin, and lo and behold, you find that there are 4 beds in the cabin, in I believe 4 rooms. I have to remember what they look like. With a little bit of common space, so you actually have a little temporary. I mean, it's certainly pricier than the bed, and the bed above the common room. But the first 3 days are free, so you might as well enjoy it. So it's kind of like you got the free weekend in the presidential suite.
Nice.
Yeah, Kukui's going to go to Jackson and ask for a nice little display case of some sort. It's probably going to be pretty crude, but something that could be easily transportable for all of the pretty things that, including the pieces of hair that people gave her.
And that is basically it.
Cool.
We had originally allocated about 4.5 hours. It took out 4 hours and 45 minutes. Not bad at all.
I'm sure if we hadn't gotten sidetracked and took a break and everything. To any of my other playtesters
that are out there, see, it can be done.
Shots fired.
There's a trick. Live stream it.
Actually, yeah. I mean, to be honest, we all tend to stay a little more on task because we're performing for an audience. There's a lot less of the so how's the wife and kids to talk that goes on. That's all happening in chat in the meantime, by the way.
Although, Scribe, how is your wife?
What did chat think of the whole thing? Yeah. Sir Lancelot says unfair comparison. It absolutely is it's not the same thing. It's but it can be done. You can complete one entire adventure in one session. So. It restores my faith in having built them because I originally designed them to be playable in one longer sitting. Now with shorter sittings is another thing, but So what do we think, folks? Cool. Should we do this again at some point in the future?
I'd like to.
I think so. This was fun.
Would everybody be interested in playing again?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Do you want to keep these same characters around, or do you want to?
I like kukri.
Yes, definitely keep kukri.
I might be down for that. I might be down to run a one shot at some point too, but I don't know how everybody else feels
Yeah.
about that. We got this group going on.
All right, I don't know when. It's certainly not going to be during NaNoWriMo or World Ember, but possibly we'll look for some maybe a New Year's event, because World Ember will be wrapping up around then. We'll have to see how World Ember is going. Okay, let's see. Sable says she would watch another one for sure. Thank you very much.
Sable also says thank you for including the rerolls, which kept us involved and made us feel like we were making a difference.
Yes.
Even
yeah.
if Dazzlecat was trying to kill.
And Erin also says, I definitely want Esong in my Gavi's game.
It would be my honor.
Sir Lamsalot, yeah, and it rather enjoy watching another playing group. Yep. Thank you. Aegon, I'd love to get more World Anvil folks in my game, but que sera, sera. You just didn't ask the right people.
Let us know, Aegon.
Jumping back up, Draco's Wizard says more.
Hello, Draco.
Let's see. Scribe of Nicody is talking about garlic burgers back farther. I guess, what is that, dinner or?
Oh, there was the steak and shakes with the cows.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And Steak and Shake has a garlic burger that's kind of dangerous. But I won't have to worry about that much longer because the Chick-fil-A is being built. No, this was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
All right.
Yeah, I enjoyed it with all of you guys. Thank you guys so much for making this really enjoyable. RPG Bob, it was really cool to see this thing that had kind of sparked during summer camp or shortly thereafter, and to be surprised at getting to actually see the encounter and run with it. And then, of course, to be surrounded by wonderful people within the Ambilight Streaming Corps, it really does feel like a wonderful, almost like reunion in a way, to be like reunited with all of us, also wonderful things. And like, it was just great. It was great.
By the way, in case anybody was wondering, the reason I seem to be looking away from everybody else on this display screen is because I didn't reverse my camera so that you could read the shirt.
A good shirt.
But I'm actually looking at four faces while you're talking. So one of the weird things about any kind of streaming,
Unfortunately, the camera cuts off what's written on my T-shirt as well.
Yeah, I mean, if I could, actually the main reason I didn't reverse the camera is because I didn't want the image to be reversed, the background image, because then it would have been geographically wrong. The inn would have been on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah.
So yeah. By the way, that building behind me, behind all of us, is the Bugbear's Head Inn. Built that image, by the way, was made using a product called Flowscape. It is completely 100% CGI'd by me. So that was fun.
That's really cool.
I will be putting together. I'm going to try to put together a session report on this, but I wouldn't mind if all four of you took a stab at a session report. What I start to make some notes about your experience or whatever. What I will do, especially since we do want to do this real quick, and we do want to tie it in a little more with World Anvil. I will get these characters the rest of the way into World Anvil. I will invite you each to take ownership of those characters. Mm-hmm. And that will give you the ability within the campaign to keep your own player journal.
Cool.
So that you can then write up your own, this is what happened to us, and this is what this one's thinking, and this one's that, and so forth. Whatever it is you want to make of it. So we'll at least get that much done. If we do this again, we can decide, because this isn't going to be nearly as frequent as my regular play groups. We'll decide whether we want to. I don't know that you want to run through every.
Another bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to run through every adventure that I'm running the playgroups through. So we might skip, okay, now you're level 2, without you getting, I mean, because you guys, the general progression, if you're running a campaign, you want 2, they say 2 to 4, but 3 is best. Complete.
Sorry to stop you,
adventures
Bob,
at-
but we
at
have
one level.
bots in the chat.
Right. So right now you guys earned enough experience from this to get 1/3 of the way to level 2. All right. If we were
thank
playing
you.
every week or every other week, you'd be level 2
Cool.
in 3 full adventures in 6 weeks tops. Let's say. Which isn't bad. At the rate we're going, though, you'd be level 1 forever. So what we might do is just, fast forward you to, if we decide whatever the next cool adventure would be that we want to do this with, we'll ramp it up to level whatever it has to be. And if it's in the same region, we'll use the same characters, and if it's not, we won't.
Yeah.
Kukui is definitely coming back. Let's make that quite clear. But one of the other things that's coming back right now, RPG Dino Bob, is bots. We got 3 bots in the chat that came to celebrate with us.
Really?
Yeah.
Where are they?
They want to make us famous so we can buy follows. They
I
don't
see
realize
bots.
that
There
we
they
don't
are.
need to
There
buy
they
the
are.
follows because we rock and already have follows from real people.
Okay, so we have S. Patrick wants to go,
Yep.
and we have Luca that wants to go, and we have whatever that one was that wants to go. Was that all of them?
Yep,
Did
that's
I
it.
get everybody now?
Yep.
Cool.
Well, the next one was your bot.
Okay.
Yeah, keep your
well,
bot. We like your bot.
Yeah.
I do want to thank everybody for coming. Let's see what we're gonna do now. Who is?
Yes,
live?
very good point, Aegon. It's fun. A bot named the Antisocial selling viewers.
Oh, how about that for perfect timing? Davina just came up.
Boom. Nice one.
Thank you guys again for joining us.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
That's fun.
Davina I just got the notification for Davina coming up.
Same.
So we are going to raid Davina. I will thank everybody for coming. Yes. I will thank my players. Good job, guys. I'll get around to killing the Zoom call in a minute or two. Keep in mind that even though nobody else can see it, the Zoom call I can still hear you. So
Yeah.
So wait to talk smack.
I am going to pop to my outro screen now, though. Actually, no, I'm not, because I'm not wearing my headset and I don't have the other microphone on. So we're going to say goodbye from this screen. I would ask everybody that everybody that didn't spend every one of their channel points. We do have a raid call leaving here, and our raid call kind of assumes that you go down and choose the emote that looks like this. Actually, one of those. So if everybody would go down and grab that, and and that is an L. That should be evolved, by the way, like that. And when we do the raid, that's what we will all yell. What is this? Esong tried to poison me with bad sausage.
It was an offering of friendship.
Okay, so we are going to /raid Davina. All right, who's going to spell it for me?
I got it. I'll post it in chat.
There she is. I got her. Andron.
Androvin.
Androwin.
Yep.
That makes more sense. Okay. And we will be heading out. Again, thank you everybody for watching and for putting up with us all. I had a blast. I would definitely look forward to doing this again. Yes, everybody wave goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye now. Have fun storming the castle.
Okay, and we are starting our raid right now.